It's hurting her, in my view. Trump is, even in polls that are twisted, where they're adding 10 to 15% more Democrats, is beating her. I see that in the street all over the country. We go to Democrat areas, and we can't find people. It's very hard. I mean, 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, depending on where we're at, Democrats say they don't like Hillary. Like, a lot of them hate her more than they hate Trump.
Very simple stream. I'm just waiting for somebody.
Like, a lot of Democrats are going, wait, I used to like him. Wait a minute, isn't he, you know, for equal rights and all this stuff? So I don't want to sit here and go with this gospel what Larry's saying, but I also don't just have people on I agree with. And I want to be clear.
And if I have the money,
we try to have people on we disagree with all the time. They're usually cowards and won't do it. We even offer bounties to people and they're scared to do it.
Today.
I'm not saying I disagree with Nichols, though. We're having an open, free-form debate. So many listeners comment on InfoWars, they go,
so let's see how it goes.
What is this? One day you got somebody on saying this, and the next day you got somebody on saying that. That's the whole point, is that I'll have on, you know, somebody like Dent who disagrees with somebody like Schiff, but overall, their predictions are 90+% accurate. Now we're getting down to the end game. We're going to see whether it's inflation. Like one of them has been saying, or not. And we've got that economic news today. And I'll tell you something else that Larry Nichols said, and I'm not talking about this to talk about Larry Nichols. It all feeds into what's currently happening. Russia and Saudi Arabia are discussing oil production freeze. Russian energy minister said that over the weekend. And then today, boom, oil prices jump after Russia and Saudi Arabia create market stability task force. Treasuries climb, dollar falls as traders trim Fed hike wagers. That's Financial Times of London. It was about, I don't know, 4 months ago, Larry said, get ready and watch the German banks. It could be a month from now. It could be 6 months from now. Well, then they started coming out in the last month and saying the German banks could completely go under, many times bigger than Lehman Brothers. 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago to be technical, they told German citizens in major newspapers, they said, get prepared for a total emergency. They won't say what. So a lot of craziness is going on right now. Obama was received for the first time ever as a major head of state going to another major nation. At the back of the plane, the Chinese told him, you come off here. His minion got off and said, what are you doing to us? And they said, this is our airport, our country. The Chinese, official getting in her face. No red carpet. So what on earth is going on here? These are all symbols to the world of what China thinks of the U.S., and it's public. The United States, run by globalists, made deals to give them the rare earth minerals, worldwide production rights, deep water ports, the Panama Canal, but the Chinese were not to militarily get out of their sphere. Not as far as Japan, to the north and to the east, not as far south as the Philippines. The Chinese have broke that deal. They've broken their deal, just like Hitler and Stalin breaking deals with each other. And now all hell's breaking loose. Joining us is Larry Nichols. Larry, thank you for coming on with us. We appreciate you, my friend. I know you're only on phone today. I hope you're doing well. Folks can find you at facebook.com/larry.nichols.921. We'll also give out your other addresses here before you leave us. But you heard me just lay the table there. Tell us where you want to start first.
Oh, my God, Alex. Number one, let me get it right out in the open, folks. I'm no clairvoyant. I'm no prophet. None of that.
Larry Nichols.
Alex, going first where you were talking about Hillary's health issues. Remember what I've said. Alex, I hadn't been with those people in, 20, 30 years. I'm not in on the meetings. What I do know is what they're trained to do. So if she sees an opening with this medical issue, she's going to use it. Now, is she really sick? I'm like you, Alex. Is she really sick? It's kind of looking like the lady's got or the animal, I'm not going to say lady's got a problem. She will milk it for everything she can. But you said something else, Alex, that's incredibly important. You said that as y'all have gone around in the black communities, etc., throughout the country, you haven't found anybody that's all for Hillary. Let me tell you something. For years and years, this has happened in Arkansas for years. You could go around the state and after an election, nobody voted for Bill Clinton. However, he won. How you do that? Well, that's what we're going to...
the next vice president.
Keep going. We're playing some Hillary in the background. Go ahead.
Well, the biggest thing that we have to face today is organized mass multiple voting. And that's why, Alex, all over the country, you're seeing this voter ID. States have passed voter ID laws.
And now they've got the Justice Department in there saying they're going to sue. In fact, thank God you just reminded me. That's why I wanted to get you on last week, and you were only able to come on this week, Larry. Obama says a month ago there's no such thing as election fraud. Now he announces massive fraud by the Republicans, quote, run by Putin, incredible conspiracy theory, so they're going to federalize everything and hook federal computers up to all the machines to save us. How insanely obvious is this, Larry?
Oh, man. Well, here again, guys, this is the big one. I hope people understand, Alex, we're playing a game today, and I hate to call it a game, but we're in a fight for our lives as a nation. We're in a fight for it. It's amazing to me that you've got states that go through their constitutional requirements. They put something on the ballot, the state legislature ratifies it, the governor signs it, and then they have a law. And then the first thing that happens with this law, rightfully and duly passed by the state, a federal judge says, no, you can't do it. Unbelievable. And it happens every day. In North Carolina, as an example, we're trying to work to get people to help that governor. In North Carolina, you've got to have a picture ID to get alcohol. You got to have a picture ID.
Sure,
to
absolutely.
Get
So they want to have dead people vote, other people vote. They have a list of old voter rolls of people still in the voter rolls, but who haven't voted in a while. There's going to be massive fraud.
Now, do you know why that's so important? When I was with Bill Clinton, now, folks, this is a long time ago, but it's going to happen today. We used to go to Ward School Bus here in Conway, and we used to get school buses. During the summer, we'd get school buses, and we would load them up. We would go to Northeast Arkansas. We'd pick up in that impoverished area of the state. We would pick up blacks. We would take them to the precincts in Little Rock, kind of what you'd call the ghetto precincts. We would get them a T-shirt. They'd go in with this card, and it would say, hello, I'm Larry Nichols. And then it showed them exactly who to vote for. They go in, they vote, they come back out. Alex, we changed their T-shirt. Now they got a blue T-shirt on. They go back in, except this time, instead of Larry Nichols, he's Alex Jones. He knows how to vote. He fills it out. He comes back home, gets on the bus, changes T-shirts, goes back in, votes again.
And that's why we've got to be looking for the buses, and we've got to dress up like bums as well and stumble onto them and blow their operations.
Now, there you go. Now, the problem is, folks, all these people say, well, I'll be a poll watcher. Well, let me tell you where the problem is, guys. Let me tell you where the massive voter fraud's going to be. It's going to be in Cleveland. It's going to be in Detroit. It's going to be in New York. It's going to be wherever there are, what do you call them, ghetto communities, large numbers. That's where you got to go.
All right, stay right there, Larry Nichols. Larry, we got to go to break. We're going to come back and talk about this, but if you just joined us, I tell family this and they don't believe it. It's been announced that Homeland Security is taking over the elections to, quote, stop Vladimir Putin. But at least we have Hillary in her own press conference saying it. I'm going to cue that up on her airplane, her fake press conference, and admitting it. I'm Alex Jones with Infowars.com. I realize that I'm almost like a rabid barking dog half the time on the show because I've got so much information, so much I want to get out, and then so much frustration, not in my crew, they're amazing, just in myself, that it's worse than I'm saying, and it's so transparent, and if the people would open their eyes, it could all end. What was it, 4.5 weeks ago, I come out, put on a case for election fraud in the last election, in the primaries, robbing Bernie Sanders, trying to rob Trump. I show the clips. I show the history of fraud in a little short 6-minute video. I asked Donald Trump to investigate it. He's already investigating it. He comes out a few days later and basically breaks down the facts. Not repeating what I said, but repeating the facts. They call facts conspiracy theories. It's a fact. Stanford Research Institute came out a month ago and said Bernie Sanders was robbed. He should have been the nominee. He won. Well, I don't need Stanford research. I was there watching fraud per state. It was in CNN.com. It was in the New York Daily News that they met the day before in California and decided who the delegates were going to go for. Didn't matter they had the election the next day. That is earth-shaking. So then Obama comes out and addresses the conspiracy theory from Texas, not even saying my name, and tells the press corps it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as election fraud. But now it blew up in their face. A month later, they're now all over the news saying Russians are in our computers. They're in them. They're in the election computers, and they've got to be stopped. So Homeland Security, that's the offshore globalists. That's who really took the country over. They're going to protect us from the Russians by taking over the election. Sensational. And then here's a clip of Hillary yesterday before she had to stop her fake press conference with a few of her friends, hacking, talking about the Russians in our election. So which way is it? Here it is.
He, furthermore, has praised Putin. He seems to have this bizarre attraction to dictators, including Putin. He won't tell us where he owes $650 million. There's a lot of rumors about that. And he has, made it clear that he doesn't particularly care whether Putin and the intelligence services attack American institutions. So, get some water.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's the one attacking American institutions.
Excuse me.
And then she goes on to say they're getting involved in the elections. We have to do something about it. I'll cue it up during the break and we'll play it. But the point is that this is a big deal. Now, Larry Nichols is our guest. We'll hold him some in the next segment. But Larry, what are we seeing here from your inside political eye, knowing the Clintons, denying election fraud, saying it doesn't exist, but now having Homeland Security come in and take over elections?
All right, Alex, it's simple. One of the rules that we always had, this is a fun foundational principle with the Clintons. You always accuse your opponent of what you're doing. Always. Now, what that means is when I accuse you, Alex, of something that I'm doing, guess what? I know all the angles, so I can tell all kinds of stuff in detail that nobody could possibly know. So it proves my point about you when I've got all of these exacting details, number one. But the scariest thing of all, they're using this as a way to do what? Bring in somebody to oversee it. And who controls the people that are going to be overseeing it? They do. They do. So it's an absolute, unbelievable play to get absolute control of computerized voting.
What do you make of the fact that they're using the EU/UN security service of the OECD, and they've added 10 times, quote, the observers they had in 2012. There it is on screen from Reuters. OSCE Rights Group requests 500 international observers to monitor U.S. presidential vote.
Can you believe it? What I'm going to tell you next, Alex, goes right in with this. All of a sudden, we're bringing in UN.
That's what you wanted to talk about this morning. So give people a preview before we go to break. You said, I want to talk about the UN taking over the internet October 1st.
Well, the UN's taking over the internet October 1st, but there is another thing that happens that most people have no idea. In the same agreement, the UN takes over our health care in a play that nobody is going to believe, but it's there.
Part of the TPP.
You got it.
I know. It's all. This is it. This is the year of world government. Do you agree, Larry? This is the year that it all really begins.
It's over, Alex. If we don't stop it, it's over. I've told y'all that. I've said it, and of course I look like an idiot.
Stay there. I'm going to give you the floor for 10 minutes when we come back. Then I'm going to let you go. I appreciate your time, especially with your health. Everybody needs to pray for Larry Nichols. This is it. 2016 is it. The military knows. Trump knows. The globalists are all over their major publications saying this is their year, this is their takedown, this is their big offensive. If they lose, they're on the defense just like Hitler. This is their battle of the bulge. A season of decision. Because there is major free will in this universe, and we are abandoning God's law, natural law, common sense for globalist law. that it's whatever they say it is, and it changes day to day. And it's designed to set evil on top of good. We're going to go back to Larry Nichols here in a moment. Very important to pray for him and support him, too. He's battling cancer. We'll put his PayPal on screen. In fact, I would have given that out, but I don't have that on screen. So we'll see if we can put that up on screen. It is nicholslive@aol.com. And you can make a donation there or write to him, Larry Nichols, 58 Kingston Drive, Conway, Arkansas, 72034. We try to take care of special guests we've been interviewing for 20-plus years, especially when this guy has been fighting really hard. He came on the day after he had heart surgery a few weeks ago, and then we weren't able to get him on because he's been sick. And he's on via telephone today, 58 Kensington Drive, Conway, Arkansas, 72034, or nicholslive@aol.com. Now, speaking of funding our operation, we don't do this special very often. Used to, it was once a year. But I've been doing it every few months because, obviously, there's a quickening. People know stuff's going on now. We have the highest quality My Patriot Supply, full spectrum of their food, drop shipped directly from them. We're able to get around the fact that we already have the lowest prices because we sell their full spectrum of food as well at InfoWarsStore.com. Ships from the very same factory in Utah. But if you want to get 30 to 40% off InfoWars Select storable food at InfoWarsStore.com. FEMA reports and predicts up to 395% increase in food prices that could trigger mass unrest in the next 5 years. That's mainstream news. Now is the time to stock up on storable food for you and your family. I hope that doesn't happen, but it's insurance you can eat. Get 30 to 40% off of retail price on all InfoWars storable food at InfoWarsStore.com to help get ready. They're all about making us dependent on them. We need to be independent. All InfoWars Select foods, and that's the brand name. It's not just Select ones. It's the full line of Select. InfoWars Select brand foods have a shelf life of 25 years and are made in the USA. Start getting prepared before food prices skyrocket, as they could. They already are. Get 30 to 40% off all InfoWars Select storable foods at InfoWarsStore.com for a limited time while supplies last. We'll probably only be able to run this for a week. And we're doing this in the month of September. It is Preparedness Month, 30 to 40% off on a lot of other survival goods, 20% off Survival Shield Nascent Iodine X2, 20% off all Alexa Pure indoor air filters that are only $200 normally. They're even less than that right now. And competitors are $400 to $500, some $1,000 that do the same thing. 20% off Alexa Pure water filters and many, many others. Visit InfoWarsStore.com today and take action. Also, we have the film Amerigeddon, a fictional account of a possible globalist-style takeover that's great to wake people up. And we have a lot of other specials running as well at InfoWarsLife.com. That is the subsection of InfoWarsStore.com. That's the umbrella site. Or simply call toll-free 888-253-3139. And your purchase of the products makes everything we do here possible. So, Larry Nichols, looking at this, it's very clear, not just here, but all over the world, whether it's internet censorship or control or targeted assassinations or globalists not even fixing nuclear reactors that are leaking, or power grabbing, media censorship, the media lapdogs going further than ever censoring. All Hades, it seems, is breaking loose. And it was already accelerating, but it seemed like we passed a demarcation line September 1st, and everything we already saw that was amplified 100% in the last year went up 200% more. I mean, it was like just a massive next level. And now it's clear the acceleration is clearly happening. What are we witnessing, Larry Nichols?
You're witnessing what I told you about, Alex, a few months ago. Remember when I was telling you and your listeners, we're at the beginning of the end of the silent coup, the velvet coup. You're seeing it now. You're seeing it manifest itself. Now, I want to say something. I want to interrupt everything for just a second, folks. I'm telling you this as straightforward and honest as I can. I appreciate Alex and all of y'all trying to help me. But if it comes down to the money you have to make a choice between getting some of the incredible products that Alex has got to sustain you or me. You've got to support this program. Folks, this program is all we're going to have here soon. It's all we got soon. So please, Alex is doing the best he can. I'm not here to be patronizing. I'm just here trying to save my country for my grandbabies, for all of you. Now, let me tell you something, Alex, that's coming. Number one, people need to come here because I will help you. You know, I've rigged more elections, Alex, than most people have voted in. I've done it. I've rigged them. I admit it. Not proud of it, but I did it. It's because I did that I know how to twiddle with them and save them. We're going to have a program right here, Alex, if people will come, showing how to do poll watching to the point where we can stop this massive single greatest effort they have to rig this election, which is the multiple voting. We can stop, Alex. We can stop it with your audience right here. If people will come here and let's teach them and show them how to do it, number one. Number two, in that TPP, there's another little thing. There are 29 facts about TPP. 5 of them have to do with the trade, which is what we think it's supposed to be about, right? Only 5 have to do with trade. 24 others have to do with stuff that ain't got nothing to do with trade. Number one would be like the computer stuff, October the 1st. But here's the scary one. I have told y'all that Obama announced himself. They said it. I didn't. The Obama people said 3 months ago that on November the 15th or the 17th, I can't remember why, I can't tell you which one date it was, but on that day, full Obamacare kicks in.
Come on,
and when full Obamacare kicks in, your health care insurance premium, they said, will go up somewhere between 200 to 2,000%. 200 to 2,000%. Well, I found out last week. Alex knows who I found out, but I can't tell y'all because of the risk. But included in TPP, it includes a provision having to do with the American health care program. But what they're talking about is Obamacare global health care system.
What? What do you mean?
The establishment of a global health care plan.
I ain't paying
and what that means, Alex, is we in America are going to be picking up the tab. Now remember, under Obamacare, the problem is by the time we pick up the tab for all the people that choose not to have health care or can't afford it, it's bankrupting us. When now we're going to find out the 15th of November that we're fixing to pick up under the terms of this UN agreement. We're fixing to pick up the health care costs for Zimbabwe, Kenya, you name nowhere country in the world. We're picking it all up. It will literally drive us into bankruptcy. Us. Now, we got to stop that, Alex.
Absolutely. Look at Venezuela. Look at what's happening all over the world. Look at Greece. Look at Spain. Look at Portugal. Look at Italy. They are installing leaders in major European countries, and it's on the news that, quote, Goldman Sachs runs our country now, and every time you turn around, it's Goldman Sachs, whether it's gun control, open borders, globalism, it is this one bank, along with J.P. Morgan Chase, that run the whole stinking show. And do you think they're being truthful when they say in the Financial Times and The Economist and the Washington Post, obviously communicating with their own crew members, that the New World Order is in deep trouble if Hillary doesn't win? I mean, are they all in for her? Because if they'll censor, if they'll engage in all these threats, if they'll let her commit all these crimes, clearly she is the embodiment of their hopes and dreams.
I believe without any shadow of a doubt. Now, this is my belief. I cannot prove this in a court of law, but this is my feeling. They have fought so very hard against Donald Trump because Donald Trump, they fear, is about America. And whoever becomes president of the United States to comply with this global, one world, global governance system You cannot have a person at the presidency of this country that believes in America first. You can't. You can't do it. It don't work. They have got to stop Trump. And if they stop Trump, they stop us. That's Hillary's strength, and she knows it. Hillary's sitting back, Alex. She's on a dream ride of her life. She's sitting here with all these global interests that are sitting there worrying. All she's got to do is just sit back and let them do all the work. Let me give you another quick example. Remember, what is the greatest single fraud committed against the American people when it comes to this election? And that's going to be the multiple voting. Several states have introduced voter ID laws. Now, figure this one out, Alex. We found out a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, whenever it was, that George Soros had committed, along with the DNC, they had committed to this law firm, a guy named Eliason or Ellison, however you pronounce his name.
Sure. I mean, let me quantify it. It's in all the emails that they said we're going to bring in foreigners and get illegals to vote, and this is how we're going to break the U.S. up. It's the same strategy in Europe. We have his emails there as well.
And they put in $3.5 million for him to go around
suing
and to fight, get this, to fight.
Yeah. Globalism is a very simple equation. It's a very simple equation. Foreign multinational banks come in, they open your borders, they bring in client minority groups that then vote in key areas and demographics in battleground states to overthrow the country. It's not that we're even against these poor illegals, it's that they are a weapon system. Just like if you drowned your dog in a pool of water, the water isn't evil itself, but it's being used as a weapon. You're absolutely right, Larry. You helped them form the broken coalition strategy.
You bet.
And we are now witnessing at point blank range, my friend.
Well, you got to see this one little trick because it's deadly. They're going out with this Eliason group and they're funding two things. They gave him two orders. Fight, number one, voter ID laws. Why? Because that allows for multiple voting. But the other thing that they're giving him money for is to fight what, Alex? They're giving him money to fight states' rights initiatives. States' rights. Why? Well, think about it. They've got us in the court. Any state, I've told everybody I can to tell their governor, you go in federal court, you've lost. You're in with the black vote mob.
The states just have to ignore it. Now the courts at the federal level are gone. We have to go with the states. And we have to reconstitute the republic in a new constitutional convention with the states. And I was never for a con because they could use it to overthrow us. They already have. We are in an emergency brain surgery, heart surgery right now. We have got to save this country. And here's the good news, and I want to add this here, Larry. They came to totally overrun the UK with globalist tyranny. The people voted to leave it. Doesn't mean the fight's over, but they're going in the right direction. Donald Trump has risen up in opposition. As the Bible says, when the enemy comes in like a flood, the Spirit of the Lord will lift up a standard against it. So the good news is that you can see nationalism and the understanding of the New World Order growing and expanding, Larry, and that really scares the New World Order and is making them accelerate their plan that was already in trouble. And I believe they've miscalculated and are starting to bleed out. And I think medium term, we're going to win because they may try to bring in an absolute authoritarianism and really try to censor and shut us down. And at that moment, the military and others are ready to stand up.
You know, Alex, it's all kind of down to this. And I think this is why I say your program, your network is so important. We've got to have some place to gather. You're right. We can stop this. We can stop it. You know we can stop it because they're so afraid of us. If they didn't think we could stop it, Alex, they wouldn't give two hoots and a tinkers.
They're engaged in huge crimes. It's outrageous. All we've got to do is expose it.
Expose it, engage the enemy. And Alex, that's what I promise all of you, as long as I can, and I don't know how long that is, but every breath I breathe, I will help get through this election. We can win this election by using poll watchers that know what they're looking for and in the right place.
All right, Larry, let me stop you right there.
We can go and put pressure on
Absolutely.
government.
Larry, we're out of time. We're working with Roger Stone on that. He's on tomorrow. We're working with others on it. We're going to war game with Dr. Pachenik again coming up for 30 minutes in the next hour, and then I'm going to cover other news after he leaves us. But you're absolutely right. History's happening. Thank you so much for your time and your energy. And again, the good news is here, I got contacted by a lot of different police over the weekend, some of them senior, and they said, you know, Alex, it's one thing to read it at InfoWars or Breitbart, but we actually now have the Justice Department and the UN actually came in last week and told us they're taking control and get ready for a big emergency. And the police are all standing there actually hearing, get ready for the UN, get ready for political correctness, get ready. So the attempted coup physically is what's going to bring them down. They've had their soft coup, as you said, but I'm telling you, the reason they're scared is they know, Larry, that the police and military are finally really waking up. Not that they're perfect, but they really get, wow, foreign globalist scum are going to overthrow the whole country and gut it, and they understand it's going to destroy prosperity. Even people that aren't perfect don't want to destroy prosperity and have a creepy feeling right now, and the attitude is they're ready to stand up. A, what do you think of that? And B, in 1 minute, how will the globalists strike back against something like that?
Well, number one, I believe in it 100%. The police have had enough. And they've counted on the police just laying down and walking away from their jobs. Guess what? That's not happening, Alex. The police are not just having blue flu and walking away. The police are standing up. And I'm telling you, the globalists are in trouble. Now, they're not going to admit it. But Alex, if we will unify, if we will stand together, and I'm not talking about one of these things where you stand around singing Kumbaya. No, there's work to be done.
Don't comply with the globalists. Expose them at every front. Spread the word. Go out and poll watch. Look, it only takes one or two of us to get into one of their buses when they're fake voting, and that's why they're scared. They know we're aware of them now. We're watching them, and they're going to try to steal it, and they look scared because they know everybody's watching. That's why Trump told the police, you get out there and you watch what they're doing. They're coming to steal it with that dirtbag Soros. Larry Nichols, we salute you. God bless you, my friend. And one day, regardless, I'm going to see you in heaven. You're a great person, and we appreciate you. We'll talk to you again, Larry.
Thanks, buddy. See you all.
That's right. We know where he's going to be. Where are you going to be? Get on the right side of God right now. Stay with us. We were losing because the enemy was so over the top, so extreme, that no one wanted to say what was actually happening because it sounded crazy. Total normalcy bias. Stockholm syndrome. We must break through it. We must admit what's happening. I have stacks of articles here about censorship, internet takeovers, Obama saying, you know, we've got to control the internet. Really chilling things are happening because the Russians, that's right, the Russians are taking over. Oh my gosh, if Trump wins, the Russians did it. They're actually saying that. From, there's no such thing as election fraud to, oh, we just discovered it. The Russians, oh, don't worry, Jay Johnson will save us. But I've got two different clips. MSNBC cuts live coverage as Hillary has one of the worst coughing fits ever. Now, you were able to see it because we have the internet. And then separately, who saw The Anointment? Incredible TV, high ratings. The black preachers coming over and blessing on Donald Trump. And the clear rapport and love going on. Don't like it. So you hear him, no, we're supposed to cut the feed, get out of here. Even though they have a paid subscription service, it's supposed to cover the whole deal. We could go subscribe to Thomson Reuters. I just don't ever work with the globalists. Maybe we should. And Right Side News, that's where they get their feed. You hear them saying, cut it, cut it, cut it. Don't let people see the preachers liking Trump. We've got those clips. Let's play the MSNBC clip first. Here it is.
Everybody except him. And when he says, I alone can fix it, that clearly demonstrates he doesn't understand how America works, how we got great and why we are great today, and what we need to do together to face the future. Because our campaign...
We've been listening to Hillary Clinton speaking in Cleveland, Ohio. That is Tim Kaine right behind over her right shoulder, speaking about the type of campaign she wants to run and the optimism she has. And also, if you've been watching for a while, she had quite a coughing fit at the very beginning of the address. She even joked at one point it's part of her allergy to Donald Trump, and she got through that. Joining me now to discuss, Igor Volsky from the Center for American Progress Action Fund, and Lawrence Jones, a conservative radio host from...
Oh, she got through it, but she did. She started coughing right after it. Show a little piece. Show she got through it. She's tough. Now let's go to the other feed being cut. This is 100% clear. They're saying cut the feed, cut the feed. You have to listen carefully, but you can hear him arguing, saying, hey, I'd rather take a cut and pay and not cut the feed. You know, we're supposed to cover this. Let's go to the feed.
When the woman who had the issue of blood said that I can only touch the hem of Jesus' garment, I was made whole. Nothing else could help her but the power of God. There's going to be some times in your life that you're going to feel forsaken. You're going to feel down. But the anointing is going to lift you up. I prayed over this person and I fasted over it. And I want to just put this on you now. And this is the Jewish Heritage Study Bible. And we have it especially for you, and we have it for your wife. Because when things go down,
I heard that part.
You can study the Word of God. When things seem like it's...
We're going to come back and play the rest of it where they cut the feed, but you can hear them talking there, and then they cut the feed when ordered. Do not show this key interaction.
You don't see that on
so I was getting into
media,
this
do you?
article that we posted in the video over the holiday.
Good thing I saved it. Look at that guy. He crashed.
Donald Trump in Detroit, Michigan, speaking at a black church. And when they got the part of the anointing and the preacher up there talking with Trump, Thomson Reuters, that runs video feeds all over the world,
if you really think about it, you're gonna choose the lesser of two evils. Now, I don't know if the man is evil or not. I am not judging. I am not saying anything but the facts. History has taught us one single thing. Those that are in power are evil. Those that come to power to do good get shot in the head. Now, I know JFK got shot in the head, but he did rig the election to get, I believe it was the first presidency term. You reap what you sow. Remember that. If you don't believe in God, then there's the opposite. Well, not the opposite. The other side of what they call goodness. It's called karma. So you might disagree with me of, good and evil. Okay, that's fine. But you can't disagree with me about karma. Why? Because if you don't believe in karma and you don't believe in God or the devil or an afterlife, then what the hell are you? Every atheist that I know, and I know a few good guys, I hate talking to them because they talk about God all the time. Why is that? No idea. I go to church, they don't talk about God that much. I go with my friends that are atheists. Oh my God, there's a never-ending story and conversation about religion. They don't believe in God. But anyways, let's get back to the news. Yeah.
Subscribers pay for it. Just says cut it. Or if you're wearing a Trump shirt,
oh my God,
when you're on TV, they blur that out. This is what they do. This is part of the order that's gone out for perception management. So let's finish that clip.
When things seem like it's almost impossible, you will read Mark 9:23, if thou canst believe.
Blackout.
Things are possible.
And there they are. They cut the feed. Right there. In everyone's face. They cut the feed.
What are they saying to us?
And they do this all the time now. When Trump says Hillary is working with ISIS
You know
and
what,
helped
guys?
found them. Cut.
If you're
When he
in the
first said that,
States,
remember, they cut it on
you
a
don't
bunch of different
believe none of
networks.
this?
Then they couldn't hide the
You
fact
do
that it was
believe
said,
this
so then
shit
they
that
tried to
goes
spin it
in,
and lie
and
about
I
it.
know I'm
But
speaking
now
a
they've been
little
forced to
heavy
basically
tone.
admit it's true.
But you do believe this shit.
This is
you
how
watch
they
in the news
deceive.
about Mexico,
This is how
right?
they manipulate.
Well,
And they're doing it more
you know that's
and more.
manipulated as well,
And
right?
it's not just censoring
What
the
you see
videos
in the
themselves
news
or
is
censoring the
actually,
feeds.
I guess you can
Take
say an
things
iceberg.
like Dr. Drew.
You all know the reference of an iceberg, right?
A week or so after,
You only see 10%.
I mean, I said 5 days
At
because
top.
it came out that
That's how bad it is here in Mexico.
he had officially been told he was losing his job 5 days after, but technically 8 days later it was announced that he lost his job. But why that matters, I don't know. I get into factoids. It's now been reported by the New York Post that indeed he was told to retract it and wouldn't do it, so he was removed.
Good man.
And if there was only one case of this, you could say, oh, well, it's not that bad. But they admit
Should get
under
hired
Obama
by Alex Jones.
and under the leftist rule, we have seen censorship of the press in this country never before seen. It's un-American. It's anti-freedom. And just like Julian
All them
Assange said
hackers
last
out
week,
there in the world, I know
in the New
there's
York
gotta
Times
be at
interview,
least a couple
where's
of
the
them.
instinct of the press
And
for
I talk to them,
self-preservation?
watch my
Why don't you
stream.
stick together? What is
Please,
your
guys.
problem? This press climate,
Get that shit together, because if
Is
I had the knowledge, the wisdom
unbelievable.
you guys have,
This
I would
press
not let them
climate
censor the internet.
is one of the most out-of-control, dangerous we have ever seen in the history of this country. And it is. So that's why every American has to use their First Amendment and to be as aggressive with it as you can. Whether it's a blog talk radio show or a YouTube channel you have, or whether it's going in a local radio show or an access show, or maybe you're a filmmaker that normally makes films on something else, make a political film. You're a cartoonist, now make it political. Everybody has to basically make art and make culture that counters the globalist, so people understand we're the majority, we're the common sense, we're not part of this system they're selling and they're pushing. And also that liberty lovers don't territorialize information. We're in a war. It is not about who said something first or who did something first, or, oh, somebody played my video clip and didn't give me credit. It is about defeating the New World Order. We're going to lose everything if we don't get together, get serious, get focused, and take action. And I've been putting that message out for years, and it's good to see Breitbart, Daily Caller, WorldNet Daily, all of them getting it. And WorldNet Daily, the first, about 6-7 years ago, reaching out. Because I don't want to sit here and fight over, who's the king daddy, in the fight against the New World Order. With Drudge up there is the big mothership magnifying all our information. I want to defeat the New World Order. I want to be made obsolete. I want to sail off into the sunset, quite frankly. There is undoubtedly a move to set up a planetary government. Globalism was set up after World War II and sold to academics as a plan to use the West wealth to build up the third world and create a planet of peace. We were told that the State Department Memorandum 7277 and the different public laws for us to disarm would be part of some new utopia. The truth is, under globalism, special interests have used it to cheat and to create a crony capitalist system that has made the West poor and the third world even more dangerous. So now we're told we see a system where globalism is crisis management. And the controllers only want to make more crises because they then pose as the saviors. This is 21st century warfare. But once you're aware of this form of warfare, it's not effective anymore because the people are aware of what's happening. Now, we've got Obama getting off in China, being snubbed off the back of the plane, Chinese officials yammering and yelling, this is our country, our airport, in their face, unprecedented. You've got Hillary having giant coughing fits, then at her press conference having coughing fits, then saying it's a conspiracy theory, having to stop because of coughing fits. Is that congestive heart failure? I mean, what on earth is going on here?
I don't know.
Dr. Drew,
That's
it's now
not
been
good.
confirmed, was threatened and basically told to retract, but he wouldn't. We have Russia and Saudi Arabia coming out saying that they're going to start freezing oil production. That's made oil prices go back up. What does all this mean? Now, I don't normally have Dr. Pachinik on, maybe once a month, really smart guy, but things are so hot and heavy. I had him on last week. So I thought we'd have him pop back in because we ran out of time to talk about de-evolution. Now, people think of that as like going back to horse and buggies. No, it means taking the power back from the central government, back to locales, back to the people. We've seen this with Brexit. We see this with the situation with the Catalonians there in Spain. We see this all over the world, where these artificial structures that were set up by colonialism are falling apart. But here it means Washington and other areas run by socialists falling apart, people running to areas that the globalists don't control, and prosperity then taking place. The problem is then, like locusts, unconsciously, the parasites and their controllers move to the next area where we fled to. So I wanted to speak to this, but since he was on with us last week, so much has already come out, so much has happened with more leaks, more information, Hillary being followed around by ambulances, Hillary being photographed coming out of black SUVs with the whole back lowers down with a wheelchair. I mean, clearly she's degenerating fast, where she can't even give a speech once a week. We're going to talk about all this and more, the attempt to hand the internet over to this multinational consortium. Big things are afoot. Big agreements are afoot. Major shifts are happening. The good news is, and I'm not, again, lionizing them, but people are always saying, well, where's the military? Where are the police in all this? Well, when you have open corruption, Hillary and the emails and all the rest of it, nobody gets in trouble. It sends a message. And you have George Soros trying to start a destabilization campaign against local governments to then bring the UN in. And now they're announcing the Justice Department to run the elections. This is really waking people up. And you see this symbol of the rotting facade of the establishment, of these multinational interests that have taken control of our country. The arrogance to have Hillary foisted, this corpse shoved in front of us, I think, as I've said many times this month, is emblematic of a so-called elite that is out of touch, to the point of Chinese officials arrogantly screaming, "You're nothing. This is our country, our airport." I mean, this is disintegration. Obama, 4 to 5 months a year on vacation, refusing to go to Louisiana. Just the total disconnect. Is this the Marie Antoinette moment? Is the power structure crashing and burning? And where do we go at the end of this, Dr. Pachenik?
Alex, it's always a pleasure, but I think the key word that you used was Marie Antoinette. And let me give you and the audience a very clear idea of what we're talking about. In a liberal newspaper, the New York Times, which often criticizes us, but sometimes offers very interesting information, they wrote about the fact that she is making over $156,000 per hour. Let me repeat it again, $156,000 per hour for the rich and the very rich and the very famous. She's sequestered away in Martha's Vineyards, in the Hamptons and Beverly Hills, will not talk to anybody, and make sure that if you take a picture with her and you're a child, that costs $2,000. If you bring your family along with you and you want a group picture with Hillary, that's $10,000. But literally, she makes $156,000 per hour taking pictures with her, not doing anything, not creating anything, not implementing a program, or even being able to articulate a policy. So what we have here is literally the beginning of the end of the Marie Antoinette school of government. She is finished. She understands that, and in fact has a woman who intercedes for her by the name, and it's the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen, but it epitomizes the absurdity of how Hillary is so alien from us. The lady who intervenes on behalf of Hillary Clinton is Lady Lynn Forrester the Rothschild, a friend who makes sure that nobody asks Hillary any hard questions, does not get in a confrontation, and makes sure that everybody pays $100,000 per couple at a lamb dinner in a Martha's Vineyard estate. Now, Lady Lynn Forrester the Rothschild, in essence, is a woman who was born in Bergen, New Jersey. It has no credentials whatsoever. She's a wannabe.
She's married to a Rothschild.
She's not even, she's not even a Rothschild, but the Rothschilds aren't even Rothschilds. So the point of fact is, What Alex is saying is the system is breaking down because a Rothschild is totally irrelevant to this country. A Rothschild was nothing more than a family of Shylocks who loaned out money in the 14th century in Frankfurt, Germany, and became some nobility. They didn't create anything. They didn't invest or create any new medicines or any great works of art. So what you have here is the ultimate corruption of the elite, including the Soroses, including the Bon Jovis, including the Hollywood elite. And what's happening is even the liberal paper like the New York Times has to show you that the contrast between what the people are talking about, the Hillary Clintons and all the liberals, and how they live wearing $10,000 outfits and receiving $156,000 per hour is so out of control that the devolution of power is coming imminently. I said the Secret Service can't stop it, the FBI can't stop it. Well, what they do is reinforce a Marie Antoinette or Louis XVI end of an era. And on top of that, one of the things that came in, Alex, and what we were talking about, that when Hillary gets in, if she gets in because she's so incapacitated physically and mentally, Dr. Thru agreed with that, and many other internists agree with that, we have Mr. Tim Kaine. Now, I purposely left out one element of Tim Kaine when I said that he was, in fact, a CIA Jesuit operative with Negroponte. The New York Times came back on an article, didn't address me, but it was addressed to me and Alex, saying he was not a CIA operative, which was absurd. But instead, they explained how he was part of liberation theology. Now, to show you...
That's code word for Ford Foundation.
Well, it's even worse than that. The liberation theology, and they didn't realize that, neither did Tim Kaine, is about communism. It's about the Jesuits who practice equal subsidies for all the peasants and everyone else, were considered anti-American, pro-communist, pro-socialist. And in fact, Pope Francis, who had had 2 of his Jesuits killed, 4 nuns assassinated, supported this gentleman, Tim Kaine. So what we have is not only the church falling apart, the Rothschilds falling apart, the Hillary Clintons falling apart, the entire establishment, the Secret Service not really able to do what they're supposed to, the FBI totally emasculated. And we have, therefore, the devolution of power.
And you have Hillary. Have you seen the photos of the press when she did this one press conference that wasn't a press conference, the first in over 170 days, with about a dozen women and 2 men looking at her like she is Jesus coming down from heaven at Mount Olives? I mean, when you look at the way and the videos of how they fawn after her, it is such a sick joke. I mean, what is going on here?
Well, what's going on is the fact, you know, Alex, we've seen this before with the Bush administration and Bill Clinton and the Obama administration. What happens is the minute they became presidents, they immediately isolate themselves off. And I've got to go back again to the Secret Service. The Secret Service has not served America. They have served a president of the United States and creates, by their definition of their jobs, this isolated notion of a precious individual who can't be assassinated. Now, I'm not advocating assassination. I'm just simply stating the fact that no person...
No, I get it. I mean, they're totally like Chinese princesses with their feet bound in an ivory tower in La La Land, disconnected.
But at the same time, they're working on our dollar. It's our tax dollars that pay...
So they're not servants, they become emperors. So let me ask you this question.
Yes, sir.
Looking at this, how far can it go? Because my historical gut, and by that I mean my gut, my common sense, but also history shows, when you get a type of rotten elite like this that are delusional, other countries that are corrupt and out of control and have their own problems still wouldn't put up with stuff like this. There's an incredible disdain, disrespect, and then we look at how other countries are treating, not so much our military or our people, but treating Obama, making him get off the back of the plane, getting in their face yesterday, not having a red carpet. What does that signify by the Chinese?
Well, it's a little bit worse than that, my friend. If anybody recalls, the president of the Philippines were dead, they just called Obama the son of a whore.
He said his mother is a whore, which is actually true.
Well, irrespective of the
Well, it just shows how informed he is. His mother was in pornography with the communist publisher. I mean, it's amazing, but go ahead.
No, but what the point is, I could not imagine that the president of the Philippines would ever mention that or say anything to Putin, to president of China. So what has happened is we've created this isolated, weak individual, which will continue with Hillary, who cannot stand up for anything, cannot assert the position of America, and really does not represent the United States.
I agree. Let's go back, though. I mean, Philippines, a big ally of the U.S. They know that China's being allowed to walk around in there. Our military doesn't like it. I mean, why would he make that provocation?
Because he doesn't give a damn about Obama, but there's a more serious problem, and I'll tell you what it is. When I was Deputy Assistant Secretary of East Asia under the Baker administration, I had to deal with the Filipinos. And I noticed that when I came into their prime minister in their offices, they would sit there in a very arrogant way and kind of treat me in a very patronizing way, although I was technically over their country. But what I knew and they did not know is that I had their visa applications, because every one of the leaders of the Philippines, including Marcos Aquino, had American citizenship or American visas. So when this individual started to shoot his mouth off about our presence in the Philippines, I cut him off immediately, and I said, you know what, your visa's up. And I will explain something to you very quickly. You shut your mouth. You say what we're going to tell. You're going to nod your head when I tell you what we're going to do. We will give you $500 million. That was my instructions. And we're leaving your base in the Subic Bay. And we're going to Singapore. Do you understand that? And if you don't, I'm going to withdraw your visa. That was it. And handling him that way, he shut his mouth. He kept quiet.
Sure, so it's just classic male bravado, and Trump understands that. You look at somebody like Obama who bows and kisses everybody's ass. Doesn't he get that's the exact wrong message?
No, because once again, Alex, one of the things we haven't talked about is when you're a weak individual, what do you pick as your coterie of advisors? There's all sycophants. Hillary has one of the worst group of advisors I've ever seen. The continuity of the Sandy Bergers, the Susan Rices, they come out of think tanks. They're totally inept in what they do.
So they're little office weasels that just sit around.
More than a speechwriter.
So they just sit around all day at lunch telling each other how smart they are.
Well, it's not only that. It's a problem for us because we have to be able, the American public has to be able to vet out all of these people, including for Trump. I have to tell you exactly what I said last time about Manafort. Christie has to leave the Trump campaign.
No, you said months before Manafort's problem is going to be Russian. You were right. Now you're saying get rid of Chris Christie. I don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that. I mean, Chris Christie obviously is going to deal 360. He's going to work with. I mean, you're literally infiltrating yourself, bringing that giant chipmunk into your operation.
What I'm saying also is, and I'm warning the Trump and the Hillary campaign on your show, that they should not be getting advice from neocons like Steve Hadley and Zalmay Khalilzad, because the people on this show and the millions of Americans who fought against the Bush and Clinton administration are watching again, seeing Steve Hadley, Wolfowitz, Zalmay Khalilzad, all the neocons who created 9/11 and created the war in Iraq being questioned and being offered positions in the government. If that occurs, I will say it categorically. The Secret Service, the FBI, and many other institutions will have very serious problems if the Bush people come back in any shape or form, either under Hillary or under Trump.
Sure, so under the soft coup being orchestrated by patriots in the country, just their information war, the Bush and the Clintons are out. We're going to have fair policies for the U.S. We're not breaking the United States for globalism as some sacrificial lamb to impress the Chinese or anybody else. So let's talk about how we make sure that happens.
Well, one of the ways it happens is we at the local level, for example, in Florida, we support a man called Ted Yoho, a veterinarian, came out of what's called the Tea Party here. But it's
now, this is a microcosm example. Explain how we accelerate the patriot liberty takeover of the states.
The way we do that is to make sure we pinpoint our local candidates who support, one, our national security at the national level and at the local level. Secondly, we want to make sure that these individuals are not beholden to big business in any way. Thirdly, we want to make sure that they have values that are consistent with this country as a Judeo-Christian entity. And fifthly, they're people who will respond to you when you write to them or tweet to them. I give you an example of Ted Yoho, who's a local veterinarian, decided to run for Congress, had never been in politics, came and met with us, a whole group of liberals, right.
And you're saying so you can organize them, you can inform them, and you can use them to organize even more by getting involved in promising campaigns. Twitter at StevePachinik.com. We should point out that Dr. Pachinik is working around the clock to try to save this country. If you are running for local office and you're on the Tea Party Patriot system trying to restore the Republic and make this country free again and great again, Dr. Pachinik is just now launching this, even though he's retired, because this is the final big battle for the Republic, folks. And you can find him at Twitter at StevePachinik.com or Twitter at StevePachinik or StevePachinik.com. Go ahead.
Thank you, Al.
Please continue talking about what de-evolution is, because you predicted it here like 5 years ago, and it's happening.
Well, it's happening very quickly because our tax dollars can no longer afford the price of Obama going from the golf courses of Martha's Vineyard and right into China, where he really doesn't need to go to an ASEAN meeting. I've been in an ASEAN meeting. They're a waste of time, and it cost us $186,000 per hour for one of his planes, and you double that because he's got 2 to 3 planes going. Number two, you get involved at the state and local levels and commissioners. I mean, literally, and you go for the candidate. If the candidate doesn't have a party, or it's a Libertarian Party, or even a Democratic Party, you make sure that candidate responds to you, and you work for that candidate at the local level and organize your friends and neighbors to make sure that we have people who can respond.
That's right. You just don't vote. You infiltrate the political process.
Correct. This is a whole new revolution, Alex, and you're absolutely right. You've articulated it in a way we've never had it before. Because of Twitter, because of the internet, we're able to now sustain a dialogue with our local representatives, back them up, work with them for free if it's voluntary. If you have a few dollars, you give it to them. The national level now is not as relevant. And the reason for that is that we're devolving power to the state level. The governor's becoming more powerful. The county commissioners becoming even more powerful. Your judges, your tax collectors.
Because they're learning the feds don't have any power because they're not even federal anymore. They're globalist. And so just start disregarding. If we all start not responding, it'll be a bloodless revolution. Game over.
You got it. Alex just hit it on the head. What relevance does the FBI really have to the local community? None. Zippo. Zero. They can't even indict someone on the federal level other than somebody on pornography. Not on drugs, nothing on the Secret Service, nothing Department of Justice, nothing Department of Education. In other words, we just ignore them, whether it's financially with the IRS, and we start paying and lower our tax bases with them, and dedicate yourself to that because they need our money.
We'll talk more about that, but let me throw this at you before we go to break and come back into one more segment. What about the fact that I've talked to the average FBI agent, and they're just dealing with bank robberies and kidnappings and are good people and more awake than the general public? When we say these agencies are bad, though, the individual men and women on average, I wouldn't say are. They've got bad leaders and bad management. What happens to them? I mean, what are they supposed to do?
Let me tell you what happens. I think you hit on something that's very important. When 9/11 occurred, a couple of the CIA operatives and others came up to me to literally apologize and excuse themselves. And the one question I had is, was your pension that important that you could allow people to be killed, and American people to be killed? And they looked at me with shame. And the problem is, Alex, and this is what we have to reconstitute the federal government. No more pensions for 20 years. No one. Neither the military.
Let's talk about that. We talked about that Friday, but I mean, here's my deal. I'm not lionizing the FBI. I've been a big critic. It was the FBI that mainly exposed 9/11 actually when it happened. You know, they were the ones
Not
that
really. A lot of them were involved in.
Well, no, I know they were, but I'm talking about also people talking about the flight schools and stuff. Well, I know you were there day one exposing it. You were with other groups, but we're going to talk about that when we come back with Dr. Steve Pachinik. This is important information. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Steve Pachinik's our guest. We're going back to him here in just one moment. Again, conservative icon Phyllis Schlafly died yesterday at 92. And she'd even written a column about Trump being like Reagan. Her last column she'd written the day she died. And we're going to air this week the interview we did with her about a month ago. Ted Cruz and folks tried to take over her operation but with her daughter, but she handed it over to her son. Twitter users mocked Phyllis Schlafly's dying, celebrated her death. That's on Infowars.com. But her last article was Trump in Mexico recalls Reagan in Geneva. And just how it was real political détente and bringing people together. And a win-win around nationalism, not globalism. I want to talk to Dr. Pachenik about the failure of globalism. It was designed to fail. They promised all this kumbaya, that'd be great, but that's not what it was. They use it to cheat people. They use it to position themselves. And they have no sense, because if you screw everyone over, then there's not a nice place to even be rich. You know, then you're ruling things from some third world hell. You've got a castle on the hill. But that shows you the different mindsets of these control freaks, those of which would dominate and control us versus those of which wish to live in freedom. Before I go any further, we fund our operations self-funding. A lot of the media is going to this model now. We've done it because we can get the sponsors to fund the operation, but it takes too much time and too much energy that we could be focusing on information war. And instead, we can simply go out and get great products that we use, that we like, try to have the lowest prices out there. A lot of times we do, always competitive, and then let folks know that it's a win-win. You buy these products you need that are high quality, it funds our operation. We have the widest selection out there of non-GMO, open-pollinated heirloom seeds. A great gift, great to plant a garden, whatever. It funds the operation, a win-win. I'm all about self-replicating. I'm all about 360 wins. I'm all about what helps you, what helps us. We're running a special that we rarely run. 30 to 40% off all InfoWars storable food from the line InfoWars Select at InfoWarsStore.com. Very same food as My Patriot Supply. We sell it right next to it at the store. Drop ship from the very same factory in Utah. Huge discount right now. With all the inflation and all the garbage going on, with all the manipulation, it's good to have storable food. It's good to have firearms. It's good to have water filtration. 20% off water filtration systems. 20% off Alexa Pure air filters. 20% off the Thru Good Halogen. Nascent Iodine X2. And so much more. And then we also have things like the Hillary for Prison shirt that we're selling at cost. $9.95. Shipping is included for a limited time at InfoWarsStore.com. And just that meme alone is one of the top searched items on the internet. We look at Hillary and the photos of her wheelchair truck that she gets out of. I mean, this is all coming out. We just point out what people should look for. Then the independent press goes out and does it. And then the globalists are in deep trouble. So I want to move quick in the 10 minutes we have left with Dr. Steve Pachenik. Twitter at Steve Pachenik, or you just go to stevepachenik.com, find his books and more. Doc, asking you just to overall give us some quick answers on some subjects here. I know you have a lot of sources. I don't know if you have talked to them on this subject, or is it just your own research? When you were on with us, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago, and you said she needs to have an independent group of medical examiners, neurologists look at her. That word for word has been said by Obama's former doctor last week. It's been said by Dr. Thru 2 weeks ago, and he was fired less than a week later. It's been said by now scores of doctors are coming out after they fired Dr. Thru and saying, look, this is dangerous. We should be allowed to go on the radio and say that, you know, Armour thyroid and Coumadin and rat poison don't mix well. Who the hell are her doctors? The same thing you said weeks before. So I think bigger than Hillary's illness is this attack on the freedom of the press, the attack on the free speech of medical professionals, and the fact that mainstream media would so gleefully go along with this oppression really concerns me. I mean, yes, there's an awakening. Yes, globalism's in trouble. But just like Julian Assange at WikiLeaks said last week, the media climate of hopping up and down with glee when the press is censored or medical professionals are censored really should concern everyone about where this country's going.
I think you're absolutely right, Alex. One of the things why you, and again, I know you don't like my praising what we're doing and what you're doing, is One of the things that happened, and you have to remember, not only are they attacking you, but when she says Alex Jones has this conspiracy theory that I'm dying, she's clearly attacking me and others.
No, exactly. No, when she says Alex Jones, they mean the pantheon of guests.
Well, what they mean is the pantheon, but in particular, they were hitting something I said, because it's very hard for someone like myself, forget who I am, Steve Pachenik is, but when you're a board examiner, board-certified psychiatrist, you are a medical doctor from Cornell, Harvard, and MIT, it is very hard for the New York Times and CNN to come and attack you. And
in fact, that's why no one attacked you. They've been attacking us for this story, every other guest.
They've attacked you, but here's the...
No, I'm saying they wouldn't attack you, and that was key because it was powerful.
Well, that's exactly it. But what's happening, Alex, is that we're working so well together that, in effect, I expected that Jeff Zucker, the head of CNN, not a very bright guy, not a smart guy, a guy who's just interested in money, and I expected him to shut down Dr. Thru, who's a board-certified internist, and he did it. So what we're really watching, Alex, and this is happening across the board, is we're seeing the rise of fascism of the left. And that's what you're beginning to see as we're pulling back and we're becoming more successful in exposing the neocons, in exposing the Marie Antoinettes, in exposing the incompetence of the CIA, the incompetence of the Secret Service, of the FBI, the Department of Justice. What happens is the only recourse they have is for their mechanisms and their outlets to shut down shows that were very important in reaffirming a very objective concept. She is sick. There is no question about it. The problem I said, and that Dr. Thru said, and many other board examiners said, release the records from Columbia PNS. If you've been hospitalized for months on end, you have MRIs and CAT scans that indicate she has brain damage, she has physical and mental problems.
And the drumbeat's gotten stronger, and I agree uncannily. What you said on air seemed to be a roadmap for all these other doctors to have courage. Clearly, they were attacking you when they attacked me. So what does that signify? And now looking at her, again, I'm not a doctor like you, but it looks to me, she looks like she's deteriorating quickly.
Well, the point of fact is that the American public now, the veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan, have to stand up as a group and say, we cannot accept her as a candidate for the presidency of the United States. We cannot accept Zalmay Khalilzad or a Steve Hadley or another neocon to represent us, or anybody in the Bush-Clinton entourage to come forth to be our leaders. And that's where we have been very successful, and the American public has to now protest it in such a way that they can have a very peaceful revolution. They can have very peaceful protests.
But here comes the next problem. They may try, exactly, Dr. Pachenik. So how do you see them striking back? A false flag, an attempted assassination?
I see demonstrations. I see women who have incredible signs about Hillary and her incompetence and the despicable behavior of her husband. I see Trump coming back and hitting them again and again and again. I see Bernie Sanders coming out and saying again what he should have said all along, which he has said. This is a corrupt...
I was about to say, what does it signify that he rolled over for months and is suddenly coming out against her?
Well, that's a good point, Alex. I have a lot of respect for Bernie. I don't know him. I heard him in New Hampshire. But, he is a old-line Jewish socialist from Brooklyn. But he represented a very important part of those young people who I expect them to demonstrate in the streets. Because he realized he made a concession which was very poorly executed. And in fact, he was co-opted by Hillary. Whatever concession he made to her, she defaulted on it. And I think Bernie should come back in and reassert the concepts that he said and reaffirm the fact that he has to have his millennials protest against a person like Hillary, a Marie Antoinette, come back into the
I agree. If Sanders came out and said...
can never come back. Bernie is an important part of this.
If Sanders came out and said Hillary stole the election, stole the nomination, it'd be it for Hillary.
He said the business was rigged.
Yes.
Trump said the business was rigged. Trump exactly understood what you and I did, that Bernie is the exact opposite and the mirror image of him, and they want the same thing. One can build the condo, the other one has to pay.
Dr. Pachenik, I know you want to stay on the offensive, and that's always great and good, and you're talking to a general audience, but specifically, though, let's talk about how we expect the neocons, the globalists, the George Soroses to strike back. I'm really worried about an assassination attempt on Hillary, whether it's successful or not, making her a victim. If I was them, I'd be looking at that. Obviously, we don't want any harm against her. I'd be looking at some type of economic deal or maybe a new little war. I mean, if you were working for the other team, what should
Well, one of the things that I'm getting that seems to be out of control is the Zika virus nonsense. I mean, you know, for a virus to come out of Brazil and then contaminate Miami Beach and affect, I understand it affects women who have children, but beyond that, no one's going to get Guillain-Barré syndrome. I mean, we have a lot of, you know, issues that are at hand. Zika virus is not one of them. The economy is the second, probably the most
That's
important.
my next question. What do you make of Saudi Arabia?
Is that our people have to request that our soldiers come back from Africa, from Iraq and Syria. We never had a state of war declared. The president has no right to send the National Guard of Florida into Djibouti in Africa. I don't need to lose young Christian men and women into a war that has no national security.
I've got another question. We got to move quick. What do you make of the claim that Obama is negotiating around the clock with Putin to join him against ISIS? Isn't that just a way to cover up the fact that Hillary and him...
Obama's finished. Basically what's happening is our forces there, whether they be mercenaries or whatever, work with the Russians. We work very closely with the Russians. ISIS is being degraded, but not because of Obama, but because they have
No, and he knows his little move was defeated, and so now he wants to act like, as a legacy, he jumped in to stop it.
Yeah, but he has no legacy. There's absolutely no legacy for Obama. It's gone. It's just a black man who came in for 8 years and disappeared. He's the invisible black man. That's all he was. And there's no legacy. ISIS is gone.
Absolutely. And again, clearly, ISIS was a proxy army of some of the Gulf states, elements of NATO and others.
Army of the CIA. What we need in next administration is defunding of the CIA and a Michael Flynn to take over to make sure that we don't have civilians who go out of control for the past 4 years.
Well, sure isn't the answer, because all the contacts the CIA has, just take it over?
Well, the CIA what happened is, I'll be very frank, John Brennan, who was a disaster as the DDO in Saudi Arabia, came out and instead of taking human, that is, collecting intelligence and understanding the cultural and psychological dimensions, decided to co-opt what we call SOCOM, Special Operations Out of Command, and use them for drone warfare. In other words, we don't have any more intelligence.
Which makes everybody hate you. See, what they don't get about HUMET is, it's not just you can have electronic intelligence. They think HUMET is just gathering intelligence. HUMET is winning hearts and minds. You remove that and run around bombing people, but that's the way you turn people against the country.
That's exactly it. I mean, the essence of any war, the essence of any success is understanding the enemy or the people and their culture. We have not done very well. And that's been a serious problem. We have,
but it seems like sabotage. They've got to know doing that would sabotage the U.S. I smell something bigger here. And I know you always say it's ineptitude, and I agree there's a lot of that, but at a certain point, they're undermining the U.S. They're destroying our institutions. They're destroying our power. It's clear this is sabotage.
Well, let me put it this way. I know you think it's sabotage. I call it so gross incompetence that 16 different units can't even integrate themselves, and we're spending tons of millions and trillions of dollars trying to figure out what's going on, yet we have no unified.
So it's mainly looting.
Even with James Clapper, that's not enough.
Sure.
What we need is to clear out this entire system, to have a sweeper, and that's the kind of guy that Mike Flynn would come in. He knows exactly what the problem is.
Yeah, what'd you make of Trump saying, I don't want to meet with the CIA, they'll just lie to me, and then Harry Reid goes, oh yeah, well, we lie to the American people, we'll just give him fake briefings, and Trump goes, exactly, dumbass. I've got the Army advising me. I don't need...
Harry Reid worked in a house of prostitution before he became a Mormon.
Well, he's obviously a mobster. Let me ask you this question, though. I mean, clearly, look how the things Trump says, the things he does are so smart. He's like, I don't want briefings from the CIA. I don't want a bunch of bull.
He knows what the problem is, but he's got to clear out Christie. He's got to clear out Ben Carson. He's got to clear out all the neocons. And he has to understand that the government that we have has to be cleaned out. I mean, one of the most important things in the first 100 days is to literally shut down institutions and fire right and left. That's what I do.
Why is the establishment so scared of Trump? I mean, for me, that's the biggest endorsement for him.
Because that's exactly what they can do, because they don't have a hold. One of the key elements, Alex, and I think your audience has to understand this, one of the key elements in intelligence or politics is the ability to manipulate and create vulnerability. You want vulnerability in your enemy and your allies so you can manipulate them. The Clintons have a whole list of issues on everybody involved with them. They know exactly how to expose them. With a guy like Obama who had a homosexual history in Chicago, they know all about him. They know all about his mother. They know all about the fact the CIA came out of Occidental and came up. Hillary Clinton, a history of lesbian activities, a history of, corruption. These are the things that we know, but the system clearly wants to deny it. So what they have is manipulation and a co-optation of manipulation. That's all it is. It's part of pandering. It's part of ascendancy to power, and that's what you have to have a people who have no relationship to them, who are not beholden to them. And that's why I came in and out of administrations. I never stayed in one administration. I never accepted a pension. I never accepted a promotion in the military. So there was nothing they could do for me. If they wanted me, it's because what I could bring to them. But the reality is I didn't need them. They needed me more. And now the issue is, what can we do in America to make sure we're no longer vulnerable to this kind of nonsense?
Absolutely, because these people are out of control, and you can smell their end is coming. The problem is,
but Alex, part of what you're doing, and a great part of what you're doing, is the spearhead of cutting through again, and we need to keep going, because the election will be rigged. There's no question about it. It is totally rigged, contrary to what
Hold on, I got to skip this break. This is too important, even though it won't even be a network of these people take over, so it doesn't matter. We're all in now. Clearly, they're bringing in multinationals. They went from saying there's no such thing as election fraud to now we're going to save it with Homeland Security running it. That's what Roger Stone said a month before they did that. He said, Alex, watch. They're going to, quote, keep it from being a fraud. They're going to protect the election. That's who does it. And now they're going to have Justice Department computer teams hooked in, lovingly monitoring everyone, giant foxes guarding the henhouse from the imaginary Russians who can't even hardly keep their electricity on right now with the GDP of Italy. And so now you're stating, yes, you think it's going to be rigged. With them now responding, they've got to protect it. How do we counter that? How do we get Donald Trump in?
Well, what you say is we don't want you anywhere near there, and we have what you call for an independent electoral volunteers. We don't need the Justice Department. There is no justice. It's not a department. We don't need Homeland Security.
I agree, but how naked is it to have Obama saying there's no such thing as fraud, but now he's got to come take control of it to keep it safe?
Stupid is as stupid does. Obama's irrelevant now. He's just an ignorant individual who came to power thanks to the CIA, but he's irrelevant. Now the American...
So is he just one more guy with his little government badge that just and thinks that's like he's God?
Well, it's not relevant anymore. If we ignore him, all he has to do is write his books. But the truth of the matter is, you hit on the key point, which is to get the volunteers, all of us, out there to the electoral booths to make sure we can see people voting and make sure that we take information as they came out as to who voted.
All right, let me do this. Let's say Donald Trump here's 5 minutes of the show today. Dr. Steve Pachinik, I'm going to let you go, and I appreciate your time, and I hand the baton to Paul Watson with a big fourth hour coming up. I mean, his engines are on. They're red hot. All pistons are, firing. Steve Pachinik, you're talking to Donald Trump, or you're talking to his crew, you're talking to his advisors right now. What would you say to Donald Trump?
I would say get rid of Christie, get rid of Ben Carson, clear out your whole transition team. Let me see who's on it in terms of foreign policy. Avoid any neocons, Steve Hadley, Salmeh Khalilzad, anyone else. Now, when you go into the debate, you can call the shots. You can determine whether you want to walk off stage, whether you want to make it 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Do not let the reporters determine your outcome on your debates. The debate now is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. If it conflicts with the NFL, then refuse to come on board because it's not going to change anything. The second thing I would do is to hit Hillary on every issue that she is vulnerable. The 156,000 an hour, the fact that she hasn't accomplished anything, not anything as a senator, not one bill. She accomplished nothing.
Libya, failed state, turned ISIS loose to kill hundreds of thousands in Syria.
Not only that, you know what she did? Even in the Clinton Foundation, they contributed to the death of 10,000 Haitian, innocent Haitian people who I love and I've worked with, because they brought in Nepalese UN peacekeepers, and the UN was guilty of this crime. Did you see the FBI? Did you see the International Criminal Court come after them? No. But Chelsea even said that this was a case of gross negligence of her mother and father, yet not one mention was made. 10,000 Haitians were killed because the Clintons went down there and couldn't organize an effective cleanup, and instead the Nepalese used the water system to defecate in there. And the Secretary General of the UN, who's South Korean, is not held accountable. The UN is not held accountable. And so now...
Let's be clear. The UN comes, sets up a water treatment, and then craps in it.
You got it. That was the... I didn't want to use that, but you used it. That's correct. So they've killed people. The other thing that was brought out, and Trump has to bring it out, it was Hillary who told Bill Clinton not to intercede in the genocide at Rwanda.
That's right.
Why do you think Bill Clinton is in Africa? He's not in Africa because he cares about the Africans or he gives a damn about them. He cares because he was convicted indirectly by me and others of having killed, because of gross negligence, 1 million Hutu and Tutsis he was warned about it. Sandy Berger was warned months beforehand that the Chinese had machetes. The French themselves had machine guns when they shot down the Tutsis. The French did this, and the French didn't take any responsibility, nor did the Belgians. But this was Hillary Clinton telling Bill, don't get involved. And instead, what did he do? He bombed Serbia. For what reason? Absolutely none. So he had a most incompetent general, Wes Clark, of the Air Force, send a bunch of bombers in there. But when he had to act, or she had to act, people died. They died again and again and again. We can no longer afford that. And America will stand up in a revolution. A quiet revolution, but it will be a revolution.
I agree, and just keep hammering the fact that he just represents this huge populist movement to bring nationalism and the Renaissance back.
He is the revolution.
I would also point out that the first moderator they've got is admittedly part of her foundation, and of course others they're announcing are also have been caught working for the Clintons. So if I was Trump, I'd just say this moderator right here, so I just want to say right now at the start, is a fraud and works for Hillary.
That's correct.
It's that type of devastator move that goes right after their arrogance. Up front, though, first off, I just want to say, Matt Lauer, you work for Hillary on an international foundation, so you should recuse yourself. I'm just pointing that out. When you pull stuff today, you give me equal time, and everybody just watch him.
Anderson Cooper. I mean, is that a joke or is that not a joke? I mean, I know he was trained by the CIA, spent a couple of years in the summers in the CIA. He talks about the most absurd things in Sandy Hook and 9/11, and then come and attacks us. This is Anderson Cooper? Come on, give me a break. I mean, he's kind of a cute little boy. He's not even a man who can really ask serious questions. Their narcissism has to be controlled and manipulated by Trump. He gets it. None of this should be acceptable to him, but it's the American people.
How does he do that? Let's say with Cooper as a moderator. I mean, what did he just point out? Oh, it's the little blue blood, what is it, Astor, or is it... it's Astor, or is it, I forget which royal...
No, it's I know.
It's not the Astor, I always flip it. It's the Vanderbilt. I'm saying, the little Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt was nothing more than the Dutch demon. You know, they make up their own...
Sure, so I mean, how would you just, in psychological warfare, go after the moderator? What would you say, like, oh, you work for Hillary's foundation, how impartial? Just want to point that out up front. Or like, what would you say to Cooper? Oh, Mr. Cooper, do you tell your audience you were in the CIA, or, you know, or that you're a big donor to the Clintons?
That's correct. I mean, you know, it's the kind of information and psyops you can deny, distort, or deflect. It's up to him to decide what he wants to do or have his own.
But put him on the hot seat, like saying, listen, don't tell me guns are causing the mass murder. It's these psychotropics that are your main sponsors, Piers.
That's correct. I mean, there isn't one there that isn't open. I mean, what they did was to pick one of diversity, and it was their own people. So, you know, I'm
just saying, regardless of who it is, these people are jokes, and they're wide open. Dr. Pachenik, Twitter at stevepachenik.com, P-I-E-C-Z-E-N-I-K. Steve Pachenik. Did I say it right? Steve, P-I-E-C-Z-E-N-I-K. Doc, we'll talk to you again soon. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, and thank you.
Thank you. I tell you, it's epic time to be alive right now. Amazing things are happening. Paul Joseph Watson, hosting from London, England, is straight ahead in 70 seconds. Don't forget, we've got up to 40% off storable food right now at InfoWarsStore.com. Other big discounts. September is Preparedness Month. I'll introduce Paul straight ahead. Paul Joseph Watson will be joining us coming up the next segment. We're waiting for him to get in the studio. Leslie will say, what are you doing cutting in on Watson's time? I'm trying to get Paul on the air more. He is a great talent, a great patriot. We're trying to get him to move here to Texas and be in a proper studio here. I can probably make him move here, but whatever. Paul Joseph Watson coming up. I didn't really plug properly the last hour, so I'm going to do it again right now because I want to hire a couple more reporters. I want to be able to get a couple more writers. I want to be able to be able to send a camera crew somewhere and then not be missing a camera crew. We've got kind of like 2 camera crews right now, but we need 3 or 4. We need a couple more editors, a couple more writers, so that we're not all killing ourselves and having typos and stuff. And so I want to thank you all for supporting the broadcast. We're all in this together. September is Preparedness Month, and we have got right now, we've got 40% off, 30 to 40% off, depending on which package it is, on high-quality storable food, 20% off on Survival Shield, Nason Iodine X2, 20% off on Alexa Pure air filters and water filters, and so much more. And these are already the very best gravity-fed filters out there. We carry like 4 different brands. Some are apples and oranges. Some are better than this. Some are better than that. But they're all excellent gravity-fed that cut out the fluoride and the glyphosate and hundreds of other things, or reduce it down to non-detectable levels, or 99999. The point is, there are a lot of filters out there that cost as much as these. Just take out the bad taste. Whether it's Alexa Pure or Pro Pure, the specials on Alexa Pure right now, 20% off, InfoWarsStore.com. And listen, I never set out. I didn't go to school for media. I don't sit there and read books on NLP and, all this stuff. I'm just a patriot that wants to fight tyranny. And I know sometimes the broadcast is a train wreck. And we have an amazing crew doing this whole show live for 3-4 hours every day. 3 hours of myself, 4 hours if you count the guest every day that does the 4th hour. And it's stressful. But I understand how big the stakes are, so I am honored to be here. But don't ever think that I don't know that sometimes I'm a train wreck. But there are those moments where we really have the big effect and we see what we're doing having a huge global effect. And quite frankly, it's becoming more and more common. So I'm just honored to be associated with all of you. I'm very, very appreciative. And I say I've got the best crew I've ever had. Hands down, we get better over the years. Things are more stressful. We do a lot more. You get better. We've had a lot of great crew over the years as well. People that have come and gone for whatever reason. Sometimes we have a reporter and then they've got a family member that's sick in New York, so they move back, or, that type of stuff happens. But everybody that I've worked with, and you, the listeners, are just such an important part of this whole operation. Take Jakari Jackson. He was here 4 years. And even before he worked here, he had a dream to, be a comic book publisher. And he told me, hey, I'm looking at doing this down the road. And so, Jakari has gone on to do that now. But the work he's done, battling the New World Order, I don't blame him after four tours in the info war, wanting to do something else. And so, Jakari's moved on. But it doesn't matter. What he's done here will always, especially the video intros he's done, they're some of the best, very talented, will still be part of the show as long as this broadcast goes on. That's what it's all about. I quite frankly, after 25 years in the trenches, 21 years on air, I would like to ride off in the sunset sometime. I don't hate my job. I love it. It's just that there's so much to cover, so much to do, that I just don't even feel like I'm up to this incredible challenge sometimes. I mean, because I'm a humble person. And I know for a fact CENTCOM and SOUTHCOM listen. I know for a fact current top generals do. I know for a fact Donald Trump does. I know for I'm talking a lot. I know for a fact foreign leaders do. And it's like, wow, why did anybody else see this narrative? Why did anybody else read what the globalists are up to? Well, most people just get into politics or get into the military. They just do their job. They focus on the issues that are put out there by the newspaper, not realizing the globalists have created a whole false template, a whole false grid, a false reality to blind us from what's really going on. And InfoWars is just a hole in that electronic Berlin Wall curtain letting sunlight in. So I want to thank you all for your support. But it's not just hiring new reporters to expand. It's hiring new crew for some of the attrition that takes place.
You know how hard it is to make those guys?
Crazy. I just feel like a regular guy because I am. And then we simply take action against the globalists, and you can see us having huge worldwide effects. They admit it in fear. And I try to talk to the average man around me who doesn't, work in this fight, and they're just like oblivious. And ask me what I think about fantasy football and tailgating.
I know.
And I'm like, dude, I don't want to sit around tailgates getting drunk, eating barbecue with mosquitoes biting me in Texas heat of 95 degrees. I mean, there's a world government. They're putting cancer viruses in vaccines. They admit that they're having drones, Google drone cars spying on the police. The technocracy's taking over. We've got all this media censorship going on. World government's coming into place. Where is the self-preservation? Now, Paul Joseph Watson joins us from his studios in London. For some reason, or I guess he's in France today, for some reason, 007 doesn't have video links today. So he joins us now via audio, and I'm going to hand the baton to him here in a second. But Paul, what do you make of this bizarreness? I'm going to go shoot a video today with Dew on this that we're going to have done for the nightly news. Or if not, it'll be done for the show tomorrow. Where we have Obama saying there's no such thing as election fraud, but now we have the UN and the EU and the Justice Department coming in to take it over because the Russians are running it. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. This is getting crazy town that they've now reached this level. And what's even wilder is, we kicked the ball off with that report about election fraud, and Trump should make it a major issue. He did make it the major issue, and they seem to be crapping their pants. And then icing on the top is Hillary cannot talk anywhere now. 3 different press talks, and none of them were real press conferences. One was a crowd of people, one was her sycophants on a plane, and then one was talking to a single reporter. She can't stop coughing for 20 seconds. What is going on?
Well, Alex, I mean, the backlash from this latest bout of coughing fits has really come to the fore today. You've got the Washington Post coming out with an article about an hour or two ago. We have people every day getting really butthurt about Matt Drudge's headlines and who he links to. But now the Washington Post has basically devoted an entire article whining about who Matt Drudge links to. It's called, "Can We Just Stop Talking About Hillary Clinton's Health Now?" And it basically goes through, tries to make the claim, let me find the exact words.
That's like if you found a dead body when you came home, and then your wife says, let's not call the police to stop talking about the dead body. She's like a fish out of water, crashing and burning, hacking and coughing and stumbling around, claiming the Russians have invaded. I mean, this woman is a fruit basket. I mean, you talk about conspiracy theories. The fact that the Russians are running the U.S. resistance to George Soros sticking his thumb up our rear end, I mean, that is crazy.
It's a complete meltdown. Hillary claimed that Putin was running the alt-right. I mean, that was the pinnacle of it. But this article says, oh, these concerns are completely ridiculous because Hillary's personal internist produced a letter to say that Hillary was fine. So because her personal physician said she was fine.
And Hillary said she didn't have any emails. Remember, there wasn't 3 years ago, there wasn't even a second server, Paul.
But then it goes on to say, why aren't we talking about Trump's health? Trump's doctor wrote a letter, and that letter's suspicious. So a letter from a personal physician, that's good enough for Hillary, but a letter from Trump's doctor, that's suspicious, that's underhanded, we have to research that. Remember they said it was sexist to talk about Hillary Clinton's health. The same media that obsessed about John McCain's health all throughout the 2008 election cycle.
Well, let me ask your Britannic Majesty this question then. That's Paul's secret nickname, her Britannic. I'm gonna stop. Paul, seriously, what do you think's really going on with Hillary? Because she clearly is degrading fast. She can't talk 30 seconds without, excuse me, like she's dying. I mean, that's associated with heart failure, congestive heart failure, and different arrhythmias. I mean, we showed mainstream news admitting that. What do you think's going on with Hillary?
I think she had a more severe stroke, and she did have a stroke than they're admitting to back in 2012. The fact that they were researching pro-vigil in the Hillary Clinton emails, the leaked emails, shows that they were concerned about Parkinson's. I mean, she could have early-stage Parkinson's. They could know that she's degenerating.
Yeah, she asked you about a Parkinson's drug, so, but we shouldn't ask that question.
No, that's a conspiracy theory. Even though it's in the actual emails, it's a conspiracy theory.
Hold on, Paul. I'm getting a call. Yes, Vladimir Putin. Talk about how Hillary's coughing. Okay, well, you're making her cough from a satellite in space. Thank you, sir. Oh, Vladimir Putin says hi, Paul. He says good job.
I haven't received that paycheck from the Kremlin yet.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Listen to this out of the Washington Post, though. This is a quote from this article. Why can't we stop talking about Hillary's health? Quote, the simple fact is, there is zero evidence that anything is seriously wrong with Clinton. If suffering an occasional coughing fit is evidence of a major health problem, then 75% of the country must have that mystery illness, and I'm one of them. Right, so they're claiming that to have a 4.5, 5-minute coughing fit on a regular routine basis is completely normal.
And then to have another one an hour later on the airplane.
Yeah. Trump has given way more speeches, way more press conferences than Hillary Clinton. He's never suffered one of these coughing fits. He's 2 years older than her. This is obviously related to a health problem. You can't claim it's normal and claim that 75% of the country.
Sure. We're winning this debate. She obviously had brain surgery. The word is a brain tumor was cut out. It's growing back. Where do they go from here? Kane is like creeping around in the background. Look, Tim Kaine, the senator, look completely freaked out during the video in Cleveland. What do you think's going on, Paul?
No, you will die.
Well, obviously it's going to clear the path for Kaine to take the top spot if that's what happens. But now they're coming out and saying that there's not enough pro-Hillary media bias. I mean, you had that picture yesterday, her sycophants on the plane. They literally looked like they were enraptured tweens waiting to meet Taylor Swift for the first time.
They look like starving dogs looking at giant chops of beef.
Yeah. People go on about Hillary not having a press conference 275 days on out, whatever it is. I mean, what good would it really do at this point? They had chances to ask her questions. They asked her, they said, how was your weekend? And then they started talking about Guantanamo Bay. I mean, you've got all these questions swirling about her emails, her health. They ask absolutely no relevant questions. It's no surprise that, 94% of Americans distrust the mainstream media. And that's why they don't ask real questions.
Paul, I'm going to turn the baton over to you, as I like to say. But first, here's a photo of them fawning. There's video of it as well. But TV viewers at Infowars.com/show can find that. What else is coming up today? I know you've got a big video you've worked hours on today dealing with Gary Johnson. I'm telling you, when Gary Johnson was last here, he sat in the corner hissing at me like a gremlin that had been fed after midnight.
Oh, my God, I saw that.
And I was really, I thought he was like mentally ill or something. Other people noticed it. And he basically hissed out of the building.
And saying that.
Hopping along or something. Like what in the hell is going on? I mean, again, did somebody feed him after midnight?
For reals, he was hissing at him.
Over the past 4 years, he's basically turned into a social justice warrior, Alex. He talked about vaccines. He said the government should have the right to forcibly inject people.
I forgot that. Forced injections, global government, TPP, open borders. His VP wants to ban guns. He only wants to restrict them. And the Libertarian Party has, at least, the mainstream media worships him. What does that tell you?
Well, exactly. Now you've got all these top celebrities endorsing him. And the key point is, in places like Arizona, he could take enough votes away from Trump to hand Hillary a victory.
Gary Johnson is very easily defined enemy of the Republic.
Yeah, he's basically a triggered social justice warrior. I mean, it wasn't just the illegal immigrant term. It's basically everything. His personal behavior is completely bizarre. He looks like he's smoking too much of the weed.
Hey, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. Listen, I'm not. I mean, I talked about this privately. I may have even told you. But I talked off and on for years. He hadn't been here in almost 3 years. Because when he was here, he'd been there 6, 7, 8 times in person, every 10 times or more, over the phone. When he was here, he acted like a freaking lunatic. And like was just creeping around.
He seems to Yeah, go ahead.
No,
he seems to be obsessed about mountain bike riding and calling people pussies, while being a complete hypocrite. He said that Jewish bakeries should be forced to make Nazi wedding cakes. He wants a carbon tax. He wants to create a huge, onerous government bureaucracy.
He's definitely been led into the Bilderberg. He's on a power trip. What a sniveling rat.
And his VP is even worse, and a lifelong friend of Hillary Clinton, a complete neocon. So he's a complete insider now. And yet there's still a lot of butthurt libertarians that are going to be offended.
No, I think the new definition of Benedict Arnold is Gary Johnson. He was always just posing as a libertarian to get cred as a little sleeper cell, and now here he is.
And it's worked on a personal level for him, because he's increased his support by about from 2% to 7, 8, 9%. So it's worked personally for him, because he's not going to win, but he's going to take enough votes away from Trump. And he's a complete phony. He's a fraud.
He's a total operative. He was ordered here. He did not like to be here the last time he was here. And I told Nico, I said, I don't ever want to see that guy's face again. And I'm the one that set him up when he asked to come on. And again, he's just, I never tell stories about how weird somebody is, except for David Duke. During the breaks, we had him on Skype, and we'd look at him on a big TV, and he would act like, he'd be all, oh, hi, on air. And then, like, during the break, it was like a robot or something. And I was like, man, that's creepy. But I'm telling you, Gary Johnson is creepier than David Duke. I mean, the creepometer is like pegging. Like, hey, go ahead and take over. Skip this break, Watson, since I cut it on your time. Why not? Just skip everything. Paul Watson from, I guess you're in France this time, James Bond?
That's right, yeah. The Islamic Caliphate of France.
You need to get somewhere where they have better internet connections. Go ahead and take over, Watson.
Well, the video on Gary Johnson is coming up in the second long segment, but we're going to get to that. And, as Alex was saying, normally I don't prevaricate on people's behavior, but I include some of that in this video because his mannerisms are just absolutely bizarre. I mean, you talk about Hillary having her seizures. Gary Johnson is almost on the same level, but that's a side issue. The main point is he's a complete phony. You can go down the list. TPP, okay? You're a libertarian, Gary Johnson. You're supposed to support small government. TPP is global government on steroids. It has nothing whatsoever to do with small government. You talk about a carbon tax. He wants to create a carbon tax. He wants to give the government the power of a massive tax bureaucracy enforced by this centralized gigantic system of oppression and control. Doesn't sound very libertarian to me. He's thrown his support behind Black Lives Matter because he's a proto-social justice warrior. A group whose platform openly, brazenly espouses Marxism, the exact opposite of libertarianism. They talk about the government owning your children, the community owning your children. That doesn't sound very individualistic, very libertarian to me. So we're going to get on to the Gary Johnson video in the second long segment. But going back to Hillary's health, again, this is an article out of the Washington Post, mentioned this briefly. Now, for years, Media Matters and these admitted White House front groups that meet with President Obama on a weekly basis, they would put out articles whining, being butthurt about who Matt Drudge linked to. But I've never really seen it in the Washington Post. Here it is. Can we just stop talking about Hillary Clinton's health now? This is Chris Kiliza of the Washington Post today. Basically starts whining about the fact that Drudge has linked to a lot of headlines about Hillary Clinton's double coughing fit yesterday. Double. Now, bearing in mind, we already had a media cover-up within minutes of this taking place, which we're going to get onto in a second, of them claiming that it was pollen, that it was allergens that caused this, when pollen and allergens in the region were low, and we proved that, and an outright brazen media lie to try and cover this up. Well, now the Washington Post is extremely offended, extremely triggered by the fact that anyone's talking about it at all. The article says, this is not new. Led by Drudge, there have been questions circulating in the conservative media and among Trump surrogates like Rudy Giuliani that something is wrong with Clinton for months. Much of that speculation ties back to an episode in late 2012 in which Clinton caught a stomach virus, fell, suffered a concussion, and was then hospitalized due to a blood clot. And of course, much more went on than they admitted to that, given all the medications she's supposedly on. So then they go on to talk about the fact that now Trump's becoming involved. Trump tweeted out today, mainstream media never covered Hillary's massive hacking or coughing attack, yet it's #1 trending. What's up? The article continues, here's the thing. This is a totally ridiculous issue for lots of reasons. And one that if Trump or his Republican surrogates continue to focus on is a surefire loser in the fall. Yeah, it's a surefire loser. That's why Hillary Clinton has lost her lead over Trump. Coincidentally, over the past 4 weeks, when this issue rose to the fore after my video got over 4 million views. But again, that's just a coincidence. Let's start here. Clinton has released a detailed letter from her personal physician attesting to her overall good health. Well, her own internist, her own personal physician says that Hillary Clinton is fine, and that's all you need to know. Again, this is why nobody trusts the mainstream media. They think that that is investigative journalism to say Hillary Clinton's personal physician says she's fine. Therefore, it must be true. No further inquiries necessary, despite the fact that her private emails over and over again reveal that she's interested in all this bizarre cocktail of medications. You had Dr. Thru come out and say that she was basically receiving treatment that wouldn't have looked out of place in the 1960s. You've had other prominent doctors, medical experts, neurologists say exactly the same thing. But they don't mention any of those people in this article. They don't mention the 10 prominent doctors, which is another article linked up on Drudge, that have publicly questioned Hillary's health. They don't mention a single one. In fact, remember the media, when this first surfaced a few weeks ago, brought out that fake medical document, which we all knew was fake, and none of us who are at the forefront of this issue ever cited it as proof, but they used that as a straw man to say, oh, look at this fake document. This is supposedly proof that Hillary Clinton is unwell. This has been debunked. Well, none of us ever cited that document as proof. These are the lame tactics the media uses to try and assert, to try and claim, to try and dictate reality that this whole story has been debunked when it hasn't. And citing Hillary Clinton's personal physician as proof is not objective, independent evidence when you have probably now 10 to a dozen health professionals, top doctors, coming out and making the same comments that we've been making for the past 5 weeks, okay? You can't just say Hillary's personal physician says she's fine and claim that's evidence that the issue's been debunked. That's not objective. And in fact, you've had numerous commentators come out and say, just release the full medical records, both Trump and Hillary Clinton. Tell us what medication she's on as of right now. They say, oh, you're trying to WebMD all her symptoms. No. I don't know what's wrong with her. I'm not a doctor, but I know a cover-up when I see it. And this is what we see today in the Washington Post. So they cite the letter from Hillary Clinton's personal physician as proof that she's well. And then they claim that a similar letter from Donald Trump's doctor is completely worthless. So again, it's good enough for Hillary, but in the same situation, not good enough for Trump. Again, the article continues. The simple fact is that there is zero evidence that anything is seriously wrong with Clinton. If suffering an occasional coughing fit, like a dozen over the past year, is evidence of a major health problem, then 75% of the country must have that mystery illness, and I am one of them. Okay, who suffers prolonged coughing fits that go on for 5 minutes on a routine basis? 2 in the same day. Who suffers that and calls it normal? If you were coughing for 5 minutes on a routine basis, would you be concerned about your health? Again, you don't see Donald Trump having 5-minute coughing fits where he has to eat lozenges and drink water, looking completely embarrassed in front of an audience. When have you seen that? Never. Never. Yet he does far more speeches, far more press conferences than sick Hillary Clinton. So for the Washington Post to claim that that behavior is normal, completely asinine, manifestly, provably not normal, in any situation. Hasn't happened to Donald Trump, hasn't happened to any other politician in recent history. It's not normal. So again, they don't even mention the top medical experts, the neurologists that we featured in article after article after article. Not a single one. Again, they're focusing on what Drudge is linking to. He's linking to a story entitled 10 Doctors Question Hillary Health.
Don't do it.
But they don't talk about that in the article. They talk about Hillary's personal physician writing a note saying she's fine, and that's the end of the argument. Again, completely pathetic. This is why 94% of Americans don't trust the mainstream media, because they lie, they cover, they create straw men over and over again. Now, in relation to that, we had this article up. Again, this is up on the Drudge Report, and the Washington Post is not happy about the fact that it's linked up there. Media caught in blatant lie to cover for Hillary's coughing fits. The mainstream media attempted to dismiss questions over Hillary Clinton's health after her latest round of coughing fits by claiming that pollen counts in the area were high, when in reality, they were low. That's right, they outright fabricated pollen counts to try and blame Hillary's coughing fit on that. This was MSNBC. I posted the tweet yesterday. They reported, quote, allergens were high in northeast Ohio on Monday before asserting there is no evidence to indicate that Hillary Clinton is unwell. Again, you go on the weather reports, which are featured in this article, they show grass pollen, tree pollen, ragweed pollen, low, low, moderate. In none of those cases were pollen counts high, yet the mainstream media lied about it. They fabricated the story to try and make these questions go away. We'll be back with the Alex Jones Show live. Stay tuned. We're back live for the 4th hour of the Alex Jones Show. We're going to debut that Gary Johnson video entitled Gary Johnson is a Complete Idiot later on in this segment. But first, I want to tell you about the new preparedness mega specials at InfoWarsStore.com. And again, we're not funded by George Soros like Black Lives Matter, like a bunch of so-called independent media outlets that aren't independent at all. We're not funded by giant pharmaceutical companies. We're funded by you, the listener. And right now we have new preparedness mega specials at InfoWarsStore.com. To celebrate National Preparedness Month, we're giving you up to 40% off. 40% off our top-selling preparedness items at InfoWarsStore.com. These include 30 to 40% off InfoWars Select storable food. Again, absolutely essential item for your home food storage. Now 30 to 40% off at InfoWarsStore.com. 20% off Survival Shield X2 Nascent Iodine. 20% off Alexa Pure Air Filters. 20% off many other products at InfoWarsStore.com. Again, huge discounts, and with everything going on in the world right now, with Hillary Clinton trying to push for nuclear war with Russia, maybe it's a good idea to start getting prepared with the products at InfoWarsStore.com. Again, that storable food discount up to 40% off, massive savings at InfoWarsStore.com. It helps us build the platform. It helps us send reporters out to challenge the mainstream media directly. The same mainstream media that gets on a plane with Hillary Clinton has the chance to actually ask her a real question for the first time in months. And what did they ask her? How was your weekend? Absolutely pathetic. Look at their faces in the photo that we posted. This is the esteemed mainstream media with 6% trust amongst Americans right now. Take a look at that photo. Do they look inquisitive? Do they look like they're about to ask the hard questions to get to the core of the real issues that the American people want to hear about? No, they look like enraptured tween Taylor Swift fans about to meet their idol for the first time. This is the castrated, pathetic corporate media. And then they have the temerity to whine about Breitbart, about the Drudge Report, about Infowars.com, about how much we've grown. Well, when that's the competition, obviously we're going to grow.
I will bathe in your blood
Absolutely
tonight.
pathetic. So they were caught in another lie. Claimed that Hillary was coughing because allergens in the area were very high in Northeast Ohio. Absolute BS. We went through the weather reports. Every single pollen count was low. The highest one was moderate. Most of them were low. They invented this story out of whole
Who the
cloth.
heck is way out here?
Calling people who question Hillary's health sexist
what do I
didn't
got
work.
all the way up?
We pointed out that the media was obsessed about John McCain's health back in 2008. Then they tried to claim it was a huge conspiracy theory invented by the right-wing conspiracy machine once again. That failed when you had prominent doctors come out and make the same points, even though they never mentioned them in the article.
Come on, guys.
Now they're just resorting to inventing crap out of thin air. It's absolutely bizarre.
Okay.
While claiming that this is doing nothing whatsoever to harm Hillary Clinton's electability, while she's lost her lead over Donald Trump, just coincidentally, since this issue came to the fore. Again, in her ridiculous alt-right speech, Hillary Clinton invoking this health issue once again, while pandering her own bizarre conspiracy theories about Vladimir Putin being in control of everything. But we're going to get back into that after this. First, I want to go to the video that went up on Infowars.com just a few hours ago. And this is talking about Gary Johnson, of course, the Libertarian Party candidate for president. Why are we talking about Gary Johnson when he has absolutely no chance whatsoever of winning the presidency? Well, in places like Arizona, he could take away enough votes from Donald Trump to have a very real effect on the outcome of the presidential election. This is why it's important. This is out of the Chicago Tribune. In Arizona, Gary Johnson could play spoiler in presidential election. Well, isn't that interesting? I had a bunch of libertarians on my Facebook page claim that Johnson is only going to take away votes from Hillary Clinton, so why am I even making this point? Well, that's completely wrong. From the article, if Hillary Clinton carries Arizona in November, there's a good chance it won't be because Democrats on their own have flipped a reliable GOP state they hope to win consistently someday. Instead, Clinton and Democrats may have Gary Johnson to thank. The Libertarian Party nominee's best chance to influence the presidential race may come in Arizona, where the former New Mexico governor appeals to a group of finicky conservatives who make up part of the GOP base. It could happen, said GOP Senator Jeff Flake. Donald Trump has managed to make this an interesting state in terms of presidential politics and not in the way Republicans have wanted. Johnson is an easy out for some people in our party, Flake told the Associated Press. So there you go. He's going to take away votes from Donald Trump in key battleground states. Again, that's going to cost him the election up against Hillary Clinton. That's why talking about Gary Johnson right at this moment, after all these ridiculous faux pas he's been caught in, is a very central core issue. Now, here's the video. It's up on YouTube. Please share it. Please get it out to people. Gary Johnson is a complete idiot. Let's play the clip.
With the polls tightening, it looks like this presidential race could be really close. Although he has zero chance of winning, Libertarian candidate Gary Johnson could take enough votes away from Trump in key states to ensure a Hillary Clinton victory. Now, that wouldn't be an issue for me if Johnson were a principled Libertarian candidate. But he isn't. He's a total fraud and a complete idiot. Gary Johnson, the so-called small government libertarian, wants to give the government the power to forcibly inject your children at gunpoint if necessary. That's not libertarian. You see, there's something called the non-aggression principle, Gary. Don't know if you've heard of it. Yeah, it's basically the bedrock of libertarian values. Might be worth Googling. During a recent CNBC interview, Johnson said he was open to supporting a carbon tax.
Well, I do think that climate change is occurring, that it is man-caused. One of the proposals that I think is a very libertarian proposal, and I'm just open to this, is taxing carbon emission.
Right, so the so-called small government libertarian wants to implement a massive government taxing scheme enforced by a gigantic, onerous, centralized bureaucracy. That's not libertarian. The so-called small government libertarian wants to give the government the power to shut down bakeries that refuse to make gay wedding cakes, violating his own Libertarian Party's platform. That's not libertarian.
You guys are fucking kidding me, right?
Cake for the Nazi wedding.
That would be my contention, yes.
The so-called libertarian supports Black Lives Matter, a group whose public platform has all the specific hallmarks of Marxism, the exact opposite of libertarianism. That's not libertarian. Johnson supports the TPP, a globalist trade deal that even Hillary Clinton had to back away from.
Would you withdraw from the TPP on your first day in office and unconditionally rule out its passage in any form?
I'm being told that the Trans-Pacific Partnership would, in fact, advance free trade, and so I would support that document.
TPP is not just big government, it's global government on steroids. That's not libertarian. He also wants to admit tens of thousands of Muslim migrants into America because that worked out great for Germany, didn't it? Terror attacks virtually every week, mass molestations of women, rampant criminality. Sounds like a violation of the non-aggression principle to me. And that's not libertarian. As governor of New Mexico, Johnson, the so-called fiscal libertarian, inherited a debt of $1.8 billion and left a debt of $4.6 billion. What? That's not libertarian. Gary Johnson isn't a libertarian. He's a social justice warrior posing as a libertarian. He's a phony. He even gets triggered like an SJW when people use the term illegal immigrant.
Millions of adult illegal immigrants who are here in the country.
Undocumented, by the way. If you use the term illegal immigrants, that is very incendiary to our Hispanic population here in this country.
Why is that?
It just is. It just is. Just so that you know. Just so that you know and you don't have to use that term.
But isn't the term accurate in the sense that they entered the country, they immigrated to the country illegally, so they are...
They came into this country because they couldn't get in legally. And the jobs existed. And you or I would have done the same thing. And we're talking about now, coming from New Mexico, a population with 48% Hispanic, how's the crackdown on 11 million undocumented workers going to work out? It's going to be dragging people from their homes. That's how it's going to work out. It's going to be checking your papers house to house.
It's already checking your papers.
What Donald Trump is saying regarding immigration could not be more incendiary. It is insulting to me coming from New Mexico.
Isn't it, though, unfair to compare, let's say, everything that Donald Trump's saying to simply using the term illegal immigrant? I mean, if I were
undocumented, it just is. It just is. Just so that you know.
Well, just so that you know, Gary, policing language and censoring words in the name of pandering to political correctness, that's not libertarian. He thinks calling someone a racist over and over again constitutes an argument. Newsflash, Gary. It doesn't.
Racist. It's just racist.
He thinks crooked Hillary is a wonderful public servant.
Hillary Clinton.
Illegal immigrant.
Hillary Clinton. A wonderful public servant.
On what planet does that comment resonate with any libertarian? I mean, just look at the guy. Who makes expressions like this? What the hell is wrong with him? On a personal level, Gary Johnson is also a complete asshole. After being presented with a replica of George Washington's pistol by his tearful campaign rival, Johnson immediately tossed it in the trash. What a d***. Johnson's running mate is Bill Weld, a neocon who supported the invasion of Iraq, backed gun control measures, endorsed Barack Obama, and is a longtime personal friend of, you guessed it, Hillary Clinton. And none of that is very libertarian. there's never been a more unpopular set of major party candidates than ever before. You'd think this would be the year above all others for the Libertarian Party to make a huge impression in promoting real libertarian values. But no. Instead, they've chosen to select a complete clown who permanently looks like he's about to break out into a childish temper tantrum.
God, so
a half-wit who wouldn't recognize a libertarian value if it violated the non-aggression principle and smacked him in the face. Gary Johnson is not a libertarian. He's a fraud. And it doesn't matter whether you support Trump or not. If you vote for Gary Johnson, you're an idiot.
Racist. It's just racist.
That video is up on YouTube and it's on Infowars.com. Gary Johnson is a complete idiot. Please share that, please get that out, because I said it's very important to emphasize the fact that Johnson could take away votes from Trump in key battleground states like Arizona. Even though he's completely abandoned all his so-called principles since 2012, he's vastly increased his support base since 4 years ago. So he's going to have an instrumental effect, an instrumental impact on this presidential election. Now, if you had like a Ron Paul figure, again, running as a third party in this election, pointing out that he was a real libertarian candidate, had real consistent libertarian principles, I would have absolutely no problem with that. And I would probably support him over Donald Trump. In fact, I supported Rand Paul before I supported Donald Trump, and in favor of Donald Trump. So if you had a real genuine candidate, an actual libertarian with real libertarian values who was consistent and stuck to them, I would have absolutely no problem with that and would support it 100%. But as you saw in the video, you can go down the list. TPP, carbon taxes, forced mandatory vaccinations, debt, support for fringe left-wing extremist violent groups like Black Lives Matter. All of these issues, mass immigration, policing language. What kind of libertarian tries to police what words people can use, for God's sake? I mean, what happened to the Libertarian Party? We saw it in Canada. I mean, they kicked out Lauren Southern, they kicked her out of the party for retweeting one of my videos because they found it offensive. Where did this SJW strain come from? It's infected the Libertarian Party, and it's characterized by Gary Johnson, a complete fraud, a phony, and the prime reason why I had to stop identifying as a libertarian. Because he's a terrible, awful ambassador for that term. And that's why nobody should vote for him. Don't vote for anybody. If you really hate Trump and Hillary on an equal footing, just don't vote for anybody. Because voting for Gary Johnson, you're just betraying your own principles, because he betrayed his a long time ago. So get that video out. Again, it's up on Infowars.com and YouTube. Gary Johnson is a complete idiot. Now, moving back to some of the news stories here, we've covered Hillary's health. Earlier today in the UK, we had a Black Lives Matter protest. Now, when I say the words Black Lives Matter, I actually mean 6 white middle-class hipster trendies representing black people in their own words. They basically got a dinghy, they sailed out onto the River Thames, snuck onto the tarmac at London City Airport, and basically caused huge delays. They were messing around with aircraft, basically giving ISIS ideas on how to attack a major airport. Well done there. All to make the point that air pollution is racist. That's right, that's your new racist thing for today, is air pollution, because this airport is located next to poor areas of London. Okay, one of the biggest airports in the world is Heathrow Airport. That's located next to places like Richmond, Kew and Brentford, which are amongst the wealthiest, whitest areas in the entire country. So air pollution is racist at London City Airport because it's near poor areas where black people live. And yet we have one of the biggest airports in the world, Heathrow, located in extremely white, wealthy areas. Is that racist too? Absolutely ridiculous. We'll be back with the final segment of the Alex Jones Show. Don't go away. We're back for the final segment of the Alex Jones Show. Some more things that are now officially racist, in case you didn't know. This is according to the Chief Diversity Officer at Clark University. Asking Asian people to help you with maths, that's racist. Talking to black people about basketball, that's now racist. That's a microaggression, and it's not allowed. UMass says that Harambe memes are now officially racist. Now, I saw, I think it was UT Texas Longhorn fans in a video using this Harambe meme, so I thought at that point, well, it's pretty much done. It's pretty much dead. Those people aren't the sharpest knives in the drawer. So I officially announced the death of the Harambe meme, but now that UMass is saying that the Harambe meme is racist, I think it's time to bring it back. And again, it's like when people get upset and offended about me using the word retard on Twitter. Now, obviously, when I use the word retard, I'm not talking about disabled children.
No.
And in fact, it only reflects on
idiots.
them if they think that me using the word retard is an insult to children with Down syndrome. That's in their head. That's never in my head when I use words like retard. So now the people, again, this is probably white hipster university types. Again, the bigotry of low expectations, thinking that black people can't handle a fun, jokey internet meme about a dead gorilla, saying that it's racist against black people when it's got nothing whatsoever to do with that. Again, they're the racists for making that connection. So again, they're saying that you can't use the Harambe meme anymore. That officially means it's resurrected. Hashtag justice for Harambe. We need more Harambe memes. Let's get into some final news stories here. Again, this is out of Breitbart.com, talking about the internet takeover. Obama, internet cannot be like Wild Wild West. President Obama called for a series of international agreements to regulate activity on the internet, citing his preference not to start an arms race in cyberspace. What we cannot do is have a situation in which suddenly this becomes the Wild Wild West, President Obama said during a press conference in China on Monday after the G20 summit. Now, you could take those words and substitute President Barack Obama to any third world dictator who has used the very same justification for shutting down the internet. We saw it in China, ongoing for years. Every time they have civil unrest, people protesting against the authorities, against the police, they come out and say, for stability, for safety, for security, we need to shut down the internet because it's becoming too wild, even though that exact thing is what made the internet so great, so free-flowing, so dynamic in the first place. So you've got Obama directly invoking the rhetoric of third world dictators when it comes to shutting down the internet, saying that America faces cyber attacks, but on the other hand then saying that, quote, we've got more capacity than anybody, both offensively and defensively, when it comes to cyber attacks. So we need to shut down the internet because of cyber attacks, but on the other hand, we're the best at carrying out cyber attacks. That's what Obama said today. More cultural enrichment news. This is out of the Daily Mail. 6 Afghan and Iraqi migrants are arrested after 8 women are sexually assaulted at Austrian festival. Again, they lied about their age. They claimed to be 15 so they wouldn't be deported. This has happened over and over again, as we said it would, multiple times in Sweden. Every single festival they have, there's mass molestation of women. This is a really bad situation. Merkel's losing support, and things are going to change. Otherwise, there's going to be wider civil unrest throughout Europe. That's going to wrap it up for this edition of the Alex Jones Show. Stay tuned tonight for InfoWars Nightly News. Alex will be back tomorrow. Breaking news at Infowars.com.
Jones here with huge breaking news. Hillary Clinton, in her own words, in FBI testimony released today, told the FBI that she had amnesia, didn't remember the emails, the servers, any of it. In her own words, she says she is unfit to be president. These things are predictable, but it's still hard to believe that the FBI has been pressured for months to release their research data dump on Hillary Clinton. Because even if they're going to roll over and not charge her for the crimes she's publicly committed, they should at least release them. So now, with Labor Day coming up and having this holiday on Friday, they predictably released the data dump at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, knowing that Americans are busy going to pick their kids up after school and to get ready for the long 3-day weekend. A lot of what's in the data dump we've already seen, but tons of it is new. We knew about 33,000 emails that she never turned over that disappeared. That was already admitted. Now they admit to 17,500 emails that they said weren't there, that they previously denied to give over, that were on the servers. So they basically gave the FBI this needle in a haystack and hoped they wouldn't notice that a lot of it was hiding in plain view. But here's the big news from the FBI, and it's on screen for TV viewers. Hillary Clinton, over and over and over again, dodged subpoenas, wouldn't testify to Congress, wouldn't talk to the FBI, wouldn't answer their questions. And it was even in the news at the time in 2013. Where is she? She's in the hospital for almost a year. Well, now the FBI has gone public and said that Hillary Clinton told them years ago, and then again recently, that because she had a traumatic brain injury, a concussion, she had amnesia and didn't remember. This is so huge, because this is what Matt Drudge for 3 years has been saying. It's what Obama's former doctor is saying. It's what Dr. Drew got fired for saying. It's what my guests like Dr. Steve Pachenik have been saying. Hillary Clinton clearly has neurological problems. Donald Trump comes out and says she's having to take naps all the time. She only gives a few speeches a week. She's low energy. This is not presidential material. WikiLeaks shows that she was trying to get drugs for Parkinson's. It goes on and on. The weird seizure-like behavior, the being helped up by Secret Service, her doctor coming over with a tranquilizer pen saying, it's okay when somebody yells something in the crowd. This woman is clearly a basket case a lot of the time and is having serious problems. And the word is she had brain surgery multiple times during that year in the hospital that overlapped 2012, 2013. They've not released her full medical records. They've released only a snippet from an earlier doctor in New York. So this is such a big deal that Hillary Clinton, not Donald Trump, not Alex Jones, not Matt Drudge, not Breitbart, not WorldNet Daily, not Vladimir Putin, not the Keebler elves, because we're all told this is a theory from Vladimir Putin and we're all getting orders. Hold on, Putin, what do I say? Okay, I'll say it right now. No, you look like hell. You've been in the hospital. You're falling down. You've got all these problems. You're in the hospital for a year. And now you, Hillary Clinton, told the FBI that you couldn't remember anything you did because you had such a serious brain injury. You need to be evaluated by an outside group of independent, nonpartisan brain surgeons, neurologists, and others, just as we've been calling for 6 months. You need to actually debate Donald Trump and not just have back-to-back discussions with him like's coming up in the first meeting. And you need to be held accountable for being caught having classified material on your servers you lied about. The FBI's come out now and released the evidence. FBI's Hillary email probe found evidence of effort to evade federal records law. That's what made the head of the EPA have to step down 3 years ago.
I know my
was
balls are
having
going
a
to be
fake
pissed when he
set
hears
of
that
records as
shit.
well. You have absconded from the
Screw
law.
you.
You've been caught. And it's time for
bathing
the
your
crime
blood, and
syndicate you
mean it.
represent, the Bush and Clinton crime family, to ride into the sunset. If you don't, it's pretty clear that your health's going to catch up with you, the law's going to catch up with you, and public opinion has already caught up with you. You've been caught red-handed. More stories and analysis at Infowars.com. If you're watching or listening to this transmission, you are the resistance.
Isn't it funny? You know, when I came here 17 years ago, and I said that I wanted to lead a campaign to get Britain to leave the European Union, you all laughed at me. Well, I have to say, you're not laughing now, are you? I come to you from the United Kingdom with a message of hope and a message of optimism. It's a message that says if the little people, if the real people, if the ordinary decent people are prepared to stand up and fight for what they believe in, we can overcome the big banks. We can overcome the multinationals. We saw the commentariat and we saw the polling industry doing everything they could to demoralize our campaign. On the day of the vote itself, that morning, they put us 10 points behind. And actually, they were all wrong. And they were wrong because what the Brexit campaign did is we reached those people who've been let down by modern global corporatism. We reached those people who have never voted in their lives but believe by going out and voting for Brexit they could take back control of their country, take back control of their borders and get back their pride. Folks, the message is clear. The parallels are there. There are millions of ordinary Americans who've been let down, who've had a bad time, who feel the political class in Washington are detached from them, who feel so many of their representatives are politically correct parts of that liberal media elite. They feel people aren't standing up for them, and they've actually, in many cases, given up on the whole electoral process. And I think that you have a fantastic opportunity here with this campaign. You can go out. You can beat the pollsters. You can beat the commentators. You can beat Washington.
And now he joins us to the bottom of the hour, Nigel Farage, a major historical figure, just a normal businessman, a family man who 25 years ago saw their sovereignty being destroyed, didn't get elected to office until 99, now the fastest growing party, not just in the UK, but Europe. And it's just classic Renaissance, Magna Carta, 1776, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing. I've been interviewing this guy for 15 years, but a few years since he's been able to come on. He joins us to talk about all of this. But the parallels between he and Donald Trump, where Trump's never been in office either, are simply amazing. We're going to talk about it all. Here's the Washington Post, Financial Times, and others today saying with globalization in danger, G20 double down and are trying to defeat nationalism. They say if Hillary is defeated, it's the end of the New World Order. This is an epic time. Mr. Farage, who just recently resigned as the head of UKIP, still in the EU Parliament. Wow, talk about a David versus Goliath story. This is epic.
Well, it is. And I think the point about Brexit, Alex, is Brexit is the first victory. We've had little victories. We've had, you know, the odd election that's gone well for people in, whether it's in Germany or France or wherever it may be. But Brexit is the first strike back against this phenomenon of the big banks, the big businesses, effectively owning politics, literally willfully destroying nation-state democracy, getting rid of that thing that our forebears actually fought and shed their blood to create and to preserve our liberties, our freedoms, all of that being taken away, and suddenly, in a referendum that no one said we could win. I mean, literally, nobody thought Brexit would succeed, and we've done it. We've done it, and I think what we've done is given inspiration to freedom fighters right across the Western world.
Wow, where should we begin in the limited time we have here, Mr. Farage? The election here, how Brexit...
Yeah. Well, let's talk about Hillary, shall we?
Please do.
If you can bear it. I mean, Hillary represents everything that has gone wrong in our lives in the last couple of decades. She is a dynastic part, you know, of that class of people who have taken us into an endless series of foreign wars that I think arguably have made things worse, certainly in Libya and elsewhere, not better. She is part of that phenomenon where all that seems to matter now is corporatism. You know, the big global companies who want to set the rule books to effectively put out of business small and medium-sized competitors. They have destroyed, you know, what I believe to be proper free market capitalism, where you or I can go and set up a company, and have a real chance of succeeding. And they've presided over a period where the rich have got richer and where ordinary, decent, working people have seen their living standards deteriorate. She represents failure. And she, of course, is completely unreconciled to the vote on Brexit, because Hillary loves the European Union. She loves these supranationalist global type bodies. In fact, I think she sees the European Union as a prototype for an even bigger form of world government. And I would just say this to people, I condemned Obama when he came to the United Kingdom during our referendum. He looked down his nose at Britain and the British people. He told us that if we dared to vote for our independence and our democracy, that America would basically throw us off the edge of a cliff, forget about everything we've done and shared together, over these last few years. And I condemned Obama for doing that. So I'm not going to tell people how they should vote in the USA, but let me make it clear. If you want nothing to change at all, if you want to continue with the kind of cronyism that we see with the Clinton Foundation and everything else, if you want things to stay the same, you vote for Hillary. But if you think there's an opportunity here, particularly in the wake of Brexit, for us to start doing things differently in the Western world, then she's the last person you should vote for. And I said at the Mississippi rally, I said I wouldn't vote for Hillary if you paid me. I said, actually, I wouldn't vote for Hillary if she paid me. And I feel pretty strong. And I feel pretty strongly about that.
Well, I mean, it's come out in the new WikiLeaks documents, which she admits are accurate, that she's actually was selling influence to the Chinese president. I mean, this is even beyond espionage. I don't know how she and speaking of the devil, George Soros has tried to crash your country as well and did crash the pound. If you look at this, he wants the internet to be run by the United Nations and basically the EU. He's come out now and said he wants the UN to run our police. And people laugh at that, but the UK got brought into the European Union without ever having a vote. These things are done by stealth. It's a real warning, I think, to the United States.
Anarchy. It happens incrementally, little piece by little piece. We joined, just over 40 years ago, we joined something that my parents' generation were told, don't worry your little heads. This is just about trade. It's just about jobs. It's just about being friendly with our neighbors. And bit by bit, we finished up in a situation where 75% of our laws weren't even made in the Houses of Parliament. They were made in the European institutions. We finished up with a system where under the European arrest warrant, any British citizen could be extradited to Greece or Bulgaria or anywhere else without the production of prima facie evidence, which, from the country that actually developed Magna Carta, it really is quite a surrender. And we finished up being banned from making our own trade relationships and our own formal relationships with any other country in the world. And it's like, the analogy, Alex, I've been given, it's like if you get a lobster, right?
Yes.
And you chuck it into a pan of hot water, it will shriek and shout and try and get out because it knows something bad's happening.
They actually shriek. Yes, they yell.
Oh, they do. No, they really do. But if you put a lobster into cold water, right, and turn on the heat, actually what happens is the lobster just gently falls asleep and finishes up being cooked. And I think that's what happened to the United Kingdom. We were put into cold water back in 1970.
You thought it was a hot tub and you went to sleep and woke up in an EU tyranny.
Yeah, and I was one of those people who 25 years ago, and I don't know quite how or why, but 25 years ago, I started looking at this and I just said, this is wrong.
By the way, Nigel, I don't you don't like to talk about yourself, but this is a part of history. You were a successful business guy, a family guy, whole 9 yards. It's been in the news. They've taken the bolts off your car's tires. Even the French police said, looked like they tried to kill you. Your airplane crashed, all this stuff. I mean, what made you 25 years ago decide to just strike out by yourself and now epically change the world? I mean, it's a success story for everybody out there.
It's actually very simple. Very, very simple indeed. In every town, in every village in my country, there are memorials, war memorials, to those that fell, both in the First and Second World Wars, fighting for us to stay as an independent, free, proud democratic nation and to stop tyranny in Europe. And I felt that what the European project was becoming was the very kind of tyranny that those before us had fought to stop. And nobody was asking me or telling me I had to put on a military uniform and carry a rifle. All I had to do was get involved and form a political party and get people to support it. And I've never wavered from that view in 25 years.
The information war, Nigel Farage, incredible. We've only got about 10 minutes left with you before we do another interview.
Yeah.
You've resigned from the party, but you're still in the EU Parliament. You're still working hard. Can you just briefly, for folks that want to know, explain, I mean, I understand that for 25 years, why you've pulled back right on the, I mean, after this huge victory.
Yeah, well, there are two reasons. One is that there are two different types of people in politics. There are those who want to be something, who want the title, who want the chauffeur-driven car, who want the, you know, grandiose sort of stage to be on. But there are other people in politics because they're in it for a purpose. And my specific purpose was to free my country from this European project. So having achieved that goal, I said, look, I'm not retiring. I'm not moving up into the mountains and living in a, living in a tin shed. But I'm going to step back from leadership, and that's going to leave me free to make this argument, not just in the United Kingdom, not just in the EU Parliament, but around other parts of the Western world. And when you and I met each other in Cleveland at the Republican convention, that was the first time in years I'd been free without having to represent a political party to go out and look around the world. And I will, you know, as I'm talking to you tonight, I will make these arguments in the American elections, and I will go around the free world saying to people, let's take back what we've lost. The second reason, if I'm frank, is that doing this for a quarter of a century, doing a job that absorbs you 24/7,
it's exhausting.
Leaves you no time to catch a fish, leaves you no time to see your kids grow up. I'm now going to work, Alex, 50 or 60 hours a week, not 100 hours a week.
I get it, sir. I totally understand, and thank God you created UKIP. I mean, you're a model. I mean, everything else. Look at how every EU country has a major Brexit-style movement, and the polls show that we're going to see huge victory here. So I want to talk about that in a moment, how the empire is going to strike back, how the socialists and communist bureaucrats and mega banks are going to strike back. But getting into overall what globalism is up to these days, are they crying foul and saying that they're in deep trouble as a way to get governments to desperately go along with them? Or is it accurate that they're on their heels? I mean, I've got a stack of news articles here saying U.S.-led globalism is dying. And, of course, they mean globalist-run globalism is dying.
Yeah.
With the TPP. Yeah. New World Order in trouble. Soros in trouble. I mean, they claim they're in really, really deep trouble. And I look at the facts. It looks like they are. But then I ask, how are they going to bring us into a depression? Are they going to crash our currencies again? I mean, this is the usual suspects. How is the empire going to strike back?
The empire is bewildered. The empire is befuddled. The empire still cannot, just as I said about Hillary earlier in this interview, the empire doesn't get Brexit because the empire didn't believe Brexit was possible. And now the empire's problem is that it's fighting this argument on several fronts at once. You know, we've got the American elections going on. We've got a big referendum coming up in Hungary on migrant quotas from Germany. We've got a rerun of the Austrian presidency where the right-wing candidate was cheated by false votes. So they've got a real problem. They are fighting us now on a whole series of fronts. What will they do to fight back? I don't know the answer to that yet. And do you know something? Nor do they. Because over the course of the last few decades, all of their plans, piece by piece, to build these new structures, they've won every single battle. Some of them have taken them longer than they wanted, but they've won every single battle. After Brexit, they're in trouble. And I have to say that these American elections, you know, this could be a result globally far bigger even than Brexit. You know, if America, as the leader of the Western world, once again becomes the leader of the free world, well, then I think, basically, we will have done away with the globalists.
Well, sir, you're right. The Washington Post said 2 weeks ago that Hillary's referendum and that Brexit was the first domino, and that she's the second, and if she falls, they say it's irrevocable because they, in their own documents that we've gotten from BAMP Canada, North American Union meetings 10 years ago, they say, it's key that we maintain stealth and secrecy. If the public ever finds out, North American integration and our plan will fail. That's a quote. I mean, it's like a James Bond villain. We've caught them. You've exposed them. I don't see how they can continue when it comes out that they're dictatorial. But first, since you mentioned Hillary, I don't know if you saw her big national speech last week. She attacked myself, you and others. She attacked Donald Trump like it was bad that he was associated with somebody like you who's changing the world and loved all over the place. Even the left is having to admit you've got good points. And so let's play this clip of Hillary acting like Trump's bad because he's modeling himself after a winner like you. Here it is.
Nigel Farage, who stoked anti-immigrant sentiments to win the referendum to have Britain leave the European Union, campaigned with Donald Trump in Mississippi.
And then Paul Watson in the piece he did on this went on to say, hey, Hillary and Nigel Farage won. Don't forget that part. I think this really illustrates her disconnect, sir.
Well, I just want to, can I please use this opportunity to thank Hillary Clinton from the bottom of my heart for doing what she's done. She's raised my profile massively in this presidential election. She's made me a political football between the Trumpites and the Clintonites, and she's given me an even bigger platform in the United States of America to say to people, we've just won our democracy back, why don't you do the same thing? So Hillary, thank you, thank you, thank you.
So here's the paradox. They've got the money, they've got the power, they've stolen control, they got the Swiss bank accounts like the EU bureaucrats that don't pay taxes. You've exposed all that, but people are waking up, they're unelected, they're dictatorial. That's an uphill battle for them. The problem is they're already on top of the hill. How do you see this playing? I mean, in fact, I agree with you. They don't know how to counter. They're panicked right now. I've never seen the media so deceptive. They seem to be doubling down.
Yeah, what we've got to do is to focus on what we can do. And what we can do is to go out and reach the millions, tens of millions of people across the Western world who frankly feel completely disconnected and disenchanted with politics. You know, we've been through these years where, frankly, whichever party you vote for doesn't make very much difference. And where people say, do you know what, I'm not going to bother, it makes no difference. And what we have to do is we have to inspire those people. We have to say to those people, come on, get up off your backside, get down to that polling station, vote, because it's only by us getting together and doing what we think that we can change things. And that's the lesson, Alex, from Brexit. Nearly 2.5 million people who don't vote or have never voted in their lives went out on June the 23rd and turned it into our independence.
Total history. And of course, they're trying to ignore the vote. It's a battle, but they're going to lose in the end. This is amazing.
They can't. They can't.
In the minute we have left.
They can't ignore the vote. So I would say to people, if you want change in America, then, yeah, listen to these shows. Talk to your friends and neighbors, but actually, you've got to get your walking boots
Knock on doors.
You've got to get out and meet people, inspire people. And if you do that, we'll strike a blow against the globalists from which they will never, ever recover.
Absolutely. In the minute we have left, sir, I just want to say that obviously you've not really retired. You're here battling the New World Order globally now. You've actually gone to the next level, and I appreciate your time, your energy, and the risk you've taken for yourself and your family. Of course, UKIP.org, the former party you headed up. And, of course, people can also follow you on Twitter. We'll put that on screen for TV viewers as well. But this is a great historic time. It is a referendum against the New World Order. And I think Donald Trump's going to win if all of our listeners and others do what you say and take action. So thank you for spending your time trying to help America be a free country as well, Mr. Farage.
No, not one little bit. And I'll be back between now and November the 8th.
Thank you so much, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I mean, more InfoWars is making history. And that big old amplifier, DrudgeReport.com, is watching our 6. And we're watching Drudge's 6 and everybody else's. But I tell you, they tried to kill him over and over again. And I'm not going to get into it, but they've taken the bolts off his tires. The police said that somebody tried to kill him. They messed with his brake lines. His airplane crashed. And that guy basically just marches around all over Europe, you name it, with no bodyguards, basically. He's the real deal. I have young children, and I've never had bodyguards, and I've gotten to the point with stuff going on behind the scenes that I do. And I've hired former highly decorated Army people that are part of security details worldwide. But that's the type of stuff we have to deal with. Our Blitzer Kimmel story is also on Drudge. It's getting crazier. And just to look at the anatomy of propaganda, we'll cover that when we come back. But history's happening. Big things are happening. The fight against tyranny is taking place. And people are deciding what side they're on. You can't read the Soros emails. Even liberal publications are now coming out and saying, okay, Soros is really bad. Okay, he wants to overthrow countries. He wants to create racial division. He wants to destabilize things. It's all there. I mean, a moron would not be able to tell this. A really big moron, an average moron would be able to. I mean, this is crazy. And it doesn't mean the Republicans are going to save us either, but Trump is an insurrection taking over the Republican Party with the populism. And that's why they're throwing everything they've got against him. But Nigel Farage, ladies and gentlemen, making history 25 years ago, starting out, having a huge victory. Imagine where InfoWorlds will be in 4 years. It'll be our 25th anniversary.
We're on the march.
It's all about dehumanizing us.
Treating us like cattle for food.
And that's what socialists and statists do everywhere, whether it's the Soviet Union or Venezuela or Cuba or North Korea. Every communist system becomes a total collapse nightmare, except for China, because of the classic, hardworking, intelligent nature of the Chinese people, who are the ultimate free market folks. If you go to the cliches, they're true. They have a bifurcated system with communists on top ruling over a bunch of slaves, basically, and free market allowed in certain areas to basically take over the world. The ultimate merger of crony capitalism with communism. Lord Christopher Monckton is joining us till about 5 after the next hour. The Nigel Farage, kind of a Anglophile type transmission today, because so much of the resistance against the New World Order is coming out of the British Isles. Lord Monckton is the former top advisor. He doesn't brag about that, but if you look it up, to Margaret Thatcher. Also been a major newspaper editor, a scientist, a major inventor, and, of course, someone who is the leading person publishing scientific papers, some of the most read in the world, or the most read in the world, on the fact that anthropogenic global warming is a fraud. The problem is, and it's now been in even the Associated Press, 14 attorney generals and governors have been meeting in secret, looking to arrest prominent man-made climate change deniers, and they're actually on the news now pushing this. Now, I wanted to get him on last week, but he was too busy to talk about this meme saying that we don't want Hillary Clinton because she's a woman. I mean, I would elect a libertarian, conservative, nationalist, patriot, free market woman in a heartbeat. I think I'd love to have a woman president. I'd like it. I don't want a kingpin whose emails just came out that she's actually was paying access for others to get to the Chinese president. This has now reached espionage level. That's confirmed. George Soros has come out in the new emails that have been hacked, and he admits they're real emails saying the UN will run the U.S. police, and the UN will run the internet. These are from 3 years ago, and they'll censor critics of his foundations and not allow us to have voices. So they want to arrest us. They want to shut down the web. Hillary puts out fundraisers 2 weeks ago, emails saying Breitbart doesn't have a right to exist, and the alt-right needs to be shut down. And then she comes out and names us by name. Yeah, Alex Jones, Breitbart, Drudge Report. They're coming after us. They're in the news almost every day saying arrest Monckton. These people, we go down to the Democrat crowds down here nicely to interview them, and they start saying they want to kill me. So, Lord Monckton, you've always called them Nazi-like, and people overuse that, but in this case, it's really true. I don't think people realize what's happening. Like, are they doing this because they're panicking? Are they doing this because they believe this is their time to take over? What is the arrogance? Is it a put-on? Is it real? You're a real psychological expert on this. I want to spend some time on powerful women in history, and one of the most, Margaret Thatcher, an incredibly great lady, who stood up for Bilderberg, who stopped the euro early on, but after she got out, they pushed it through. I mean, a true nationalist, a true smart, amazing, eloquent woman versus this brand of Samantha Powers and man-hating, nation-hating, wealth-hating, war-loving. I mean, it's bizarre. So I want to talk about that and also some of the latest developments. Scienceandpublicpolicy.org. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you, and let's start with women at the top in politics. What is interesting is that in the United Kingdom, it was not just a member of the Conservative Party who became Britain's first Prime Minister, but actually a real Conservative, because most of the Conservative Party members in Parliament are not really Conservatives at all. But Margaret Thatcher was a Conservative, and she became Britain's first woman Prime Minister. So the idea that somehow people are opposed to Hillary Clinton just because she's a woman, I think are very far from the truth. I think they're opposed to Hillary Clinton, and rightly, because she's a crook. And in law, it doesn't matter whether you're a male or a female. If you're a crook, you're a crook. And the hacked emails that are gradually coming out show that she is and was and will probably continue in office to be a crook if the people are unwise enough to elect her. And so, no, there is no prejudice against women on our side of the debate. Far from it, as you have just so very eloquently said. You'll elect a woman provided that she is libertarian and is in favor of peace, low taxes, and none of the hideous totalitarian experiments that you showed in that clip before this segment began. The idea that in Britain now we're using babies as fuel in hospitals. Now this, of course, is the ultimate ghastliness that even Dr. Mengele didn't think up in Nazi Germany. And what is astonishing is the lack of self-criticality on the part of the communist or fascist left, because, of course, the communists and the fascists are really two sides of the same hard left coin. In fact, if one goes back to China that you mentioned earlier, the early Chinese imperial philosophers said, right, there are the big divide in politics, and it still is the big divide today, thousands of years later, is between the totalitarians, they call them the legalists, and the Confucians, we call those the libertarians. So the totalitarians versus the libertarians.
And now the totalitarians have learned to claim they're the real liberals, but they're not.
No, of course they're not. I mean, the word liberal doesn't apply to the likes of Hillary Clinton. It doesn't apply to the so-called Democrats. Indeed, the word Democrat doesn't apply to the Democrats either. They're not Democrats. They don't believe in elections. They're merely a stepping stone on the way to total totalitarian control. You just have to look at the number of treaties that Mr. Obama has busily been trying to put in place.
Unelected.
Euro is a good example. We, thank goodness, stayed out of that. I worked very, very hard to make sure that we did.
Yeah, I should have added you're a major leader of that as well. And, of course, it's not about credit, but people need to know why you're so derided and attacked. I mean, you were like just as important as, say, our George Washington in our beginning in this fight against the New World Order. I mean, it's epic to be able to talk to you
I get you everywhere, but the truth is that these battles do have to be fought, and they have to be fought very hard, because the international totalitarian left are hoping that they can take over. Why, for instance, are these 14 attorney generals conspiring, for it is a conspiracy, to try to move against that provision in your constitution which guarantees free speech, by saying that those of us who are doing academic research, and quite good academic research at that, say I, suggesting that they've over-egged the pudding on global warming, should be locked up, should be imprisoned for daring to have a point of view other than that of the totalitarian state. Now, this takes us right back to Hitler, and there's no point in not saying so. Of course, they will immediately say, oh, yes, whenever the right get fed up, they say that the socialists are that Hitler was a socialist. Well, yes, he was. It was the National Socialist Workers' Party of Germany. Of course he was left-wing.
That's the name of it. And then the leftist lied and said he was right-wing. But let's expand on this briefly, because I want to get back to Margaret Thatcher. I've never had you on to talk about her, and sometime when you've got a full hour, I know we had some mix-ups today, I'd like to just spend a whole hour on her. She's so interesting when this election's over. What would Margaret Thatcher think today? I mean, you're somebody I know from reading newspaper articles that would advise her sometimes hours a day. She really, you were one of her main confidants. She really trusted you. She was a really smart lady, and obviously she was smart to trust you. You're a really smart guy, obviously. What type of person was Margaret Thatcher? Why was she willing to buck the entire globalist system? And why don't we see more leaders like her? Why don't we see more men like her?
I think the reason is that in politics, it's much government, by its nature, tends to be on the totalitarian rather than on the libertarian side. Government is about control. sometimes for good ends, usually for bad and selfish ends. But it is about control. And therefore, there is a tendency in every governing system to move towards totalitarianism. And one of the exciting things about the constitutional developments that began in the era of Magna Carta and carried on steadily, and of course the American Revolution is part of that tradition of transferring power back from the totalitarian center and into the hands of the people. You know, the American Revolution was fundamentally a libertarian exercise, as was Magna Carta, and as was the election of Margaret Thatcher and her political triumph. These movements towards libertarianism were and are and continue to be valuable. But of course, the totalitarians don't like this. They don't like democracy. They don't like the idea that the people can have their say. They're furious that the people, by a substantial majority of more than 1 million votes, voted down the European Union and voted for Brexit. Why did we do this? Because we wanted once again to be free. I was talking to a cab driver on the way to a radio interview shortly before the vote, and he said, I'm going to vote to stay in. And I said, may I suggest why you shouldn't? And he said, yes. And I told him how an EU law is made, which is exactly how the left want to make laws everywhere. No democratic input whatsoever. The whole thing done by commissars behind closed doors. And at the end of this brief account by me of how a law is actually made in the European Union, he said, right, I'm voting the other way. I'm voting to get out, and I'm going to tell all my friends they've got to do the same to save our country from this totalitarian takeover. So there is now a real battle going on, a battle which you've been fighting with more than usual prescience and still more than usual vigor for many decades, which is between those who wish to shut down all opposition, and this time not just on a national but on a global level. And that's the significance of Obama and his treaty making. That's the significance of Obama and China ganging up together. Come on, we're all communists together. Let's lock the West into this climate nonsense by ratifying the climate treaty. Now, of course, Obama can't actually ratify the climate treaty because your Senate has to approve it.
Sure, Lord Monkton, I want to get to that in a moment, but since I was about to interrupt when you led into this, I see articles every day in the Economist, the Financial Times of London, the New York Times, in fact, the Washington Post. I've got a stack of them here. We're not here hyping the fact that this is an epic battle. Literally, scienceandpublicpolicy.org, Mark Moreno and Climate Depot, DrudgeReport.com, InfoWars, WorldNet Daily, Daily Caller, Breitbart are now the new media. We get more traffic than the mainstream media. They know that. They're scared. We are the legitimate media. We're not perfect, but we really want to tell the truth. We're nationalist. We're not into scams. We don't want to join the authoritarians. I know you could have joined them. I could have joined them. They admit that we are now defeating them at this point. They are in full crisis mode and say we must get Hillary elected. Brexit and UKIP and Nigel Farage and Lord Monkton is spreading everywhere. If the next domino falls, this is the Washington Post, we're over. The G20, as you know, is set to meet, and their new focus is nationalism from Spain to the UK to the United States to Australia rising. They are in panic mode. So I want listeners to understand, we're not just sitting here telling you all this and saying we've got a fighting chance, but the enemy's going to strike back. This is epic. And just as you were finally able to reach that cab driver in a few minutes, wake him up with the outrageousness of the authoritarianism of the EU, what is that blow that will finally take them down? Because I know they're winning at some level because they're still in control and they have the money, but they're losing the intellectual battle. What I'm getting at is, how are they going to strike back? What do we do, Lord Monkton? Because we are now standing in huge history. Our listeners are just as important as we are in history. This information war is so important, what you just illustrated.
Now, we have a mechanism which is very useful in the United Kingdom. I've used it against the BBC. I've used it against government departments. It's called judicial review, administrative action. It's not particularly expensive, provided you know how to work the system. And it allows, if a public authority oversteps the mark, and that's what totalitarians do, they'll always go beyond what the law allows. Here is Obama saying, I'm going to ratify the climate treaty personally. Now, in Britain, if a prime minister said, I'm going to ratify a treaty, and the prime minister didn't have the power to ratify a treaty, I would be able to go straight to the court. It would take precedence over all other business of the administrative court, which is a division of the High Court in London, and say, no, she can't do that. And it would be stopped Now, you do have a similar system in the United States, but the libertarians are not always as smart as they should be about using the existing mechanisms that are available to you to stop, for instance, outrageous oversteppings of the mark by the EPA or by Obama saying he's going to ratify a treaty he has no
Sure, so what do we do then? How do we strike back?
So what you do is you choose your issue carefully. Let us suppose that Obama does eventually try to purport to ratify personally a treaty which your Constitution plainly states can only be ratified by a 2/3 majority of the Senate. Then all it takes is one person to go to the Federal District Court on judicial review and say the president has exceeded his authority and I want this looked at and then stopped. And that will bring the whole nonsense
All right, let me expand on that. That was done by the Texas Attorney General. He was then set up and indicted, but it's a fake case. He's doing okay.
Who started?
Literally at a dinner party, he just talked about a company he was in years before and said, I think it's a good investment. Oh my gosh, he's so evil. The Justice Department comes after him. I'm going to skip this break, folks. It's too important. We're going to lose all the free speech if we don't do this. This battle's total. And then the Supreme Court and others ruled, okay, Obama is not allowed to just ignore law and let illegals in and not even test them for diseases. Stop. Yeah. And Obama said, I'm not stopping. What do you do at that point when he is a naked Tyrannosaurus?
Well, he is then in contempt of court, and you go back to the court for an order requiring him to stop. And once you
That's right. Where is the Supreme Court on an injunction or Congress? With that court order could be prosecuting Obama impeachment.
If you go to the court and you say you've made an order, Obama has decided to flout it, if that's what's happened here, and I haven't looked at this.
Well, the word is Scalia was going to rule against him, and then
if that's what's happened, then he is in contempt of court. And if you go back to the court and you say you gave this order, he is ignoring it, then they can issue an order for his arrest and imprisonment until he agrees to comply with the order of the court. And that's what you should do. It's not expensive. It is your right. And the court, if it has made a plain judgment and he is plainly flouting it, has no choice, even if it's stacked with all his cronies, it has no choice but to order his arrest. And that's what you've got to start to do. I mean, I did this a few years ago when the British government was trying to pass a thing called the Maastricht Treaty, which was the latest stage then of locking us into this EU monstrosity. And I discovered that against Parliament's instructions, they'd been spending taxpayers' money on various aspects of the Maastricht Treaty, even though we hadn't at that time ratified it. And this was contrary to the law. I took them to the Court of Session in Edinburgh, which is the equivalent of the Administrative Court in London, and the Attorney General for Scotland, the Lord Advocate as he's called, had to come personally to try to defend himself in court. And in the end, he won on a technicality because the EU budget at line 14,973 for the previous year had overruled the British Parliament's decision, and the British Parliament had never read this document, so it didn't even know. And on that technicality, we lost the case. But then they came after me for their expenses. And I said no. And they said, you've got to pay them because you came second. And I said, no, I won't. Instead, I want to know the date of the Lord's Advocate's proposed resignation from office. And they said, what do you mean? I said, those are my instructions. I told my solicitors, you tell them that. So they told the Lord Advocate's office that I wanted to know when he was going to
resign. And the point is, you made them admit that Al Gore's movie was a fraud, so they stopped showing it in UK schools. You've done this scores of times. Let me ask you this then. And by the way, I'll put it on screen if you didn't know, because it didn't get a lot of attention. The Supreme Court 3 months ago ruled him just ignoring law and saying the border's wide open and ordering them to ship illegals in to God knows where is illegal. He has continued. I can put the CNN on screen, Lord Bongson, so you can see that.
As I say, let me just finish this story, because when I told them that he'd have to resign, they backed off and said, okay, we won't ask for our costs. They knew he was acting against the law by demanding costs from me, and he couldn't get away with it, or he would have gone to prison. And it's the same with Mr. Obama. If the immigration decision of the Supreme Court is sufficiently clear, and if it is sufficiently clear that he is in breach of an order of the Supreme Court,
it says he's breaking the law,
then all you have to do, if he continues to break the law, is to go back to the Supreme Court and say he's still doing it, and ask for them to order his arrest and to be brought before
Sure, and I mean, to their credit, even though Scalia was dead, the split court still said Obama was wrong. So, I mean, it's very clear.
So what you must now do is stop simply bloviating and start acting. You have to do what I did, take them to court. And it's really simple. The mechanism in this case is that if the Supreme Court has issued an order of which he is in breach, then all any citizen has to do is to go before that court, say, here is the evidence that he is in breach, and I want it stopped. And they are then obliged to order his arrest. They are obliged to order him to attend the court, obliged to give him his chance to have his say and say why he thought it was appropriate to ignore an order of the Supreme Court. And if they are not satisfied with his explanation, and if he continues to refuse to back off, they can and should, and if you want my guess, will send him to jail. That's how you fight back against these people. Use their own mechanisms against them.
I agree. I guess I could go file it. I don't want to just bloviate here, but who should go file this? It should be a governor?
Any citizen. Any citizen has the same right as any other citizen when there is a breach of a court order as serious as this. Any citizen has the right.
Okay, Lord Moncton, we're going to go to break in a moment. So just hold for just one moment. But first, I want to just add to listeners and viewers, we're in an information war. It's very important to support the broadcast, spread the word. Internet censorship is kicking in. Don't take this show or scienceandpublicpolicy.org for granted. Spread those papers, those articles. We're in an info war. Show people the facts. Take advantage of our Hillary for Prison t-shirts at cost, $9.95, shipping included. That's at cost with shipping, $9.95. BioTrue Selenium, amazing cofactor in the body. You must have it for electrochemical activity. 20% off based on mustard seed, the best formula out there. Vitamin Mineral Fusion, incredible multivitamin with all the amino acids and cofactors, great tasting fruit punch, absolutely organic and natural. No idea. 20% off, InfoWarsLife.com, or call toll free 888-253-3139. But whatever you do, get that Hillary for President shirt because it's shaking the media up. Okay, getting back to you, Lord Moncton, what else is on the table here? What other big events are happening? What else are we looking at that you're tracking?
Right, here is a very interesting one. On the 8th and 9th of September in London, at the instigation of Professor Niklas Mörner, the world's greatest expert on sea level, who, like all of us, believes that the global warming thing has been vastly exaggerated, there is the London Climate Change Conference, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 8th and 9th of September in Conway Hall, which is in London. Conway Hall, you can find it on the web very easily. Just turn up on the day and come into that conference. We have professors from all over the world, leading doctors and professors of science, and we will be looking at various scientific aspects of this climate change question. I will be chairing the open session of the conference. I'll be concluding the final session on the 9th, which is the second day of the conference, by making a major announcement about errors that have been identified in the computer models that have produced these wildly exaggerated predictions of global warming. These errors are serious, and once the errors are exposed, that's the end of the scare. So make sure you make your way to that climate change conference in London at the Conway Hall, and that is on the 8th and the 9th of September, starting at 9 a.m. Very important, you should do that.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this question. It was hackers that brought out the hide the decline stuff, the fact that it was all a big scam. It's multinationals, it's Americans, it's Brits, it's Russians, you name it. But aren't hackers really the secret weapon in all this? Because what do we have to fear? We're not doing anything wrong. But these criminals like Hillary, they've got to be really freaked out.
They are running scared now, and they're running particularly scared on this climate question because the scientific argument just continues to collapse as temperatures fail to rise at anything like the previously predicted rates. And
Lord Moncton, I've got to go to break. Do 5 more minutes with us, and Nigel Farage is coming on. We're back in 70 seconds if you can, Lord Moncton. I know it's nighttime over there. I want to come back, have you finish up, and then go to Nigel Farage, the former leader of UKIP. Stay with us. Yeah, people always ask me, who are you working for? Who's behind you? I've had intelligence agency people, even from foreign governments, that wanted to come visit us, and sure, I was polite and met with them years ago. I've had our own government come and visit with me, and I've met with them. And I've had you know, like police chiefs and stuff come in, and they're just like, you're not the only guy doing this, are you? You know, you got to have something else that's behind this. And no, it's called resistance. It's called history. It's called will. It's called an incredible audience that aren't just spectators, but are in the arena. The Patriots. You go to a Trump rally of every race, color, creed, go-getters, not a piece of trash on the ground. Everybody polite, nice, smart, informed. You go look at a Hillary event, it looks like the living dead, and just crazy people protesting and attacking, just all fighting with each other. It just shows what we're up against is easily defeated if we just decide to take action against it. There are a lot of folks smarter than I am. And I built the info war in 21 years, and it's now changing the world because of you. Now, Julian Assange, very powerful interview he did with the New York Times, where he just drops bombshell after bombshell. First he talks about demographics in Russia, then he gets into Hillary, who wants to put the press's neck in a noose. And that's the point I'm at. I mean, everybody knows this. I mean, the creator of Dilbert endorsed Hillary because he was getting death threats. We have now entered this authoritarian crucible, and I'm not backing down. Here is part of Julian Assange's most powerful interview yet.
What we are drawing attention to is the amazing transformation of Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party into being the national security party and the national security candidate by whipping up a neo-McCarthyist hysteria about Russia. Any serious analyst understands that China and the United States are the only real games in town. China has 10 times the population of Russia, 7 times the GDP. Russia has the GDP of Italy. It's interesting in that it wants to be, you know, that it makes provocative statements and so on. It's interesting, and of course, within its own neck of the woods, countries in between Russia and China, Caucasus and so on. Of course, Russia is very significant to them, but on the world stage, Russia is a big player. Now, that attempted reframing by Hillary Clinton to declare media organizations that are publishing material that shows illicit behavior in the DNC to fix the election for her as somehow us being Russian agents. Similar criticism has emerged from people connected to her campaign to The Intercept, where Glenn Greenwald works. Her campaign has effectively called, and maybe even directly called, Donald Trump, the opposition leader in this case, a Russian agent. Jill Stein, the Greens Party candidate, effectively the 4th candidate in terms of numbers, also being called a Russian agent. This is a neo-McCarthyist hysteria. What kind of press environment is this going to lead to post-election? The American press, in the American liberal press, in falling over themselves to defend Hillary Clinton, are erecting a demon that is going to put nooses around everyone's necks as soon as she wins the election, which he is almost certainly going to do.
You know, people would ask me if I liked Assange going back 8-9 years ago, and I said, yeah, I see no fault in him. And they, oh, he's a, left-wing, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, we'll see when Democrats get in what he does. And then if he goes after them when they're bad, he knows he's a hero. He is. He's a hero. And that is pure veritas what you heard. The press climate. They are coming after the press like never before. This is the stuff that dictatorships and authoritarian regimes are made of. We're in danger.
What, you're like down there too?
But I'm here to remind you of who we are. We're the sons and daughters of abolitionists. Men and women who gave their lives to fight against slavery. But make no mistake about it, slavery has returned. And she is more vicious than ever before. Because this time she is colorblind. 30 31%. 31% of white Americans are welfare recipients. 33% of black Americans have fallen for the same rules, and 28% of the Latino community has believed the lie that the government can take care of you from the cradle to the grave. All the while losing their humanity. So when Trump talks about the lies that the Democrat Party has told and the failed policies, both in economics, education, and crime, your heart should be stirred with passion and strength to do something about it.
That is R.W. Bray, and out of all the clips from the Austin event that we were obviously there covering, that clip I thought last week was the most powerful. And his words are true. They're strong, but it isn't even the eloquence. It's the force behind it. The way you delivered it was so heartfelt that talking to folks that were there and my reporters, they said that it really, the energy in the room was so strong during that. And this declaration, basically like Moses saying, we're going to come out of this thing. And then I started just thinking back about being in a Republican family growing up, and I never heard anything racist. In fact, I heard about bad things that people done, how we had to build a free market economy to bring everybody up. And then I would run into Democrats as I grew up, and they would be so racist. And I was like, but the TV says it's the Democrats that are the anti-racist. And it's just, and it wasn't until I was like even 30, I'd been on the air years before I even started even figuring it out, because the deception is so total. I can't blame some of the Democrats and people that still buy into this, because I'm a pretty smart guy, and I was fooled. So now once you're awake, you're like, what's wrong with these idiots? But it's just people don't know history, and those that don't know history need to repeat it. R.W. Bray, I'm not going to go over his amazing, his military career and all the things he's done, and he's the engagement director of the Republican Party of Texas. I'm not going to go over it all. rwbray.com, texasgop.org. And let's be clear. I always want to be clear. I'm not lionizing the Republican Party. It's done a lot of horrible stuff, and it's certainly been involved. But that's different people. But the point is, it's not the party that they've been saying it is. Now, I've invited you here, and I'm ranting. You drove here from Houston. I want to get into this with you, and I want to give you the floor. The reason I'm so honored you just said you'd come in to see us instead of just on the phone is because I want to, give folks not just 5 minutes of your speech, but people to really let you take over if you want, and kind of give us a sermon on your life, your development, what took you to this point. Because I think all of us are going through this process, but how do we accelerate that in others that haven't? Thank you so much, sir.
No, thank you for having me.
Really appreciate you coming in. So take over.
First, let me tell you that my wife adores you. She's a new fan ever since you all reached out. She had never really saw it. She started reaching out, looking more at your clips, and she thinks that you're phenomenal.
Well, I'm humble. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know. I think the story kind of is very simple. The speech actually was from my heart. I think that's the only way to be able to express from a black lens the importance of us adopting republicanism. And for me, I'm actually I'm from Louisiana originally. Consider myself a person who I evacuated from Katrina. I was in the Guard at the time, so I actually evacuated and I had to run back. Actually, I was called up to serve. I was given the order to find 10 families in Houston who had evacuated with me and bring them back, even though I was in Baton Rouge. So I actually had to drive to Houston, find 10 families, bring them back to Baton Rouge, and then take the mothers and the husbands who were actually Guard members to serve. So I did a month in search and rescue and 3 months of ICU, and that's where my conversion starts. Unfortunately, I didn't have the benefit of being raised in a Republican family. I was raised a Democrat.
See, I didn't know your story, but I think for all of us, it's humanizing it. How you get to the point of this powerful speech that goes worldwide and wakes up so many people. I just knew it would be very interesting.
Yes, it's a story in and of itself, but I'll give you a fast version of it. I was taking a Black Hawk trip, and as I was taking the Black Hawk trip, we were actually looking for movement. That was our goal. We had to look for any life. it was devastating, and just devastation upon devastation. I remember looking at the east side of New Orleans, and it was all gray, Alex. Everything was gray. So we gave up looking for life, and so we circled back around.
Gray, you mean gray water?
Just gray water, gray houses, you know.
Yeah, no heat in the flare.
Nothing was going on, and so we got to the Riverwalk, and I saw the pilot starting to cry, and I looked down, and it's nothing but men and women who look just like me, and that's when I knew we had believed a lie. That the government cannot take care of you. It was droves of African Americans with their hands up in America, looking for something to be dropped down.
I don't know the story, but let me guess. What color was the pilot?
White.
And my whole point is that we're just all human beings.
That's right.
And the way they play on this, and then even when the military goes out, you know, Obama said a few weeks ago about Louisiana again, he said, be sure don't be racist teams that are going in there. I have family that was there as well, who was active duty Army, but they actually brought them in on that with the helicopters, and they were there working 18 hours a day.
Oh, yeah.
I had family get really hurt there. And I tell you, it really pisses them off when when they care about everybody,
yes,
and they're being told they're racist, even as they're saving people. So, I mean, what I get from that is, don't let me put words in your mouth. Are you saying that was another big moment for you to see that?
Yes, that was a shocking moment for me. And the amazing thing is that we circled back around to the east side later on that day, because you had to do footwork as well as air. So we went through the homes, you know, making the marks on the walls and whatnot. And in the rubbish of a house, I found a book called Up From Slavery by Booker T. Washington. And so I took that book, washed it off, and I had a small little tent where our area was. And at night I would read that book, and it changed my life. Booker T. Washington was an entrepreneur. He was an education advocate. He started his own university. It would be no Tuskegee Airmen if it wasn't for this guy. It would be no Tuskegee University if it wasn't for this guy. But I saw his story literally he went from dirt floors to marble. And he gave one of the most powerful speeches, the Atlanta Compromise, I had ever heard in my life.
And by the way, I mean, because I know this history, for those that don't, and I'm not defending segregation, it was horrible, but we replaced one evil with another. It was his model and system that made black communities in many areas wealthier than the white areas, which created the institutional racism even more, and they started pushing massive class warfare between poor whites and poor blacks. And that's when LBJ and all them came in with, we're going to get the men out of the house. We're going to break these communities down, because blacks just said, okay, you're going to suppress us. We're going to create our own community.
That's right.
And so they got rid of, see, I didn't even know this. You knew all this, because almost no one knows this. I'm trying to explain to people. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So if Americans, period, would do what Booker T. Washington did, well, explain it to people then.
Yeah. So Booker T. Washington, like I said, advocate for education. He could not get what I would call racist whites to invest at all into his.
So just do it yourself.
So he did it himself, and he went out and he got investors, Republican investors, which is exactly what I'm advocating now. I don't like for us to go around making excuses, but they.
I mean, the racist, the Republican Party that founded the KKK. oh, it's the Democrats. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Those are the Democrats, and it's amazing. I love the fact that you're knowledgeable of this history, and I tried to give a brief history at the Trump rally, and
my family in Texas on my dad's side were Republicans and went through a lot of crap over. Wow. In fact, I never told the stories on air because it's over the top. But you imagine East Texas being Republicans in the 40s and 50s and 60s. It was not a very.
I can only imagine.
Yeah,
I can only imagine.
But I'm a racist as well. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why you're having me on the show.
Exactly. No, but I mean, it just shows how those that don't know history don't repeat it. The public, period, doesn't know history.
No.
Please continue with your story.
And that was my conversion. Between that experience, Katrina, obviously, and the book, seeing a black man who had it was unapologetic for being a Republican, changed my entire life and my whole view of how I needed to advance my life. It was then I realized that I needed to start getting active, and ushers in why I'm now an advocate for the Republican Party of Texas. I'm a proud advocate. I would not have made changes then and changed my idea of what success was, what knowledge was, what education was, and how to run my political life. I would have never had the opportunity to be able to give a speech at a Trump rally to ignite fire in millions of people. But more importantly, I'm on the show that touches millions because of you, and we have a common heart. You know?
Well, that's what Trump does, is whether it's myself or you, he gives a voice to other people that have important information, and then he's helping magnify a whole new group of people.
That's right.
To truly create real diversity of ideas and thought.
That's right.
And really not have teleprompters, but come together.
That's
and just
right.
get real. Because our country's in trouble.
Oh, yeah. And you have the energy of John Brown. I love it because I'm not sure if your listeners know who John Brown is, but John Brown was good friends with Frederick Douglass. He was a powerful abolitionist, powerful advocate who wanted to basically end slavery at all costs, to the point he got militia to do it. He was going to overtake the entire government. Yeah. But he wound up, white racists wound up hanging this guy for even trying to do this. But I think, I'll play the guy, they never hang you, but I think the fire that you have is reminiscent of those days, and I think that's what's coming. I think there's going to be a second Reconstruction, and I think it's going to happen through people who get galvanized and ignite a fire underneath their bellies to start doing something.
Yeah, the Democrats are playing total race card. You want to right back to their KKK roots. I mean, I'm not just demonizing them. They deserve it. I mean, Julian Assange is a real liberal. He says Hillary Clinton is a demon. R.W. Bray from Louisiana. I'm from right here in Texas. I'm family in East Texas, which is basically Louisiana. And we were talking earlier about wild stuff that we even told people they wouldn't believe it unless you've lived in the South. About the Democratic Party, and just if all the stupid liberals knew what we knew. This is only a 6-minute segment. Long segment coming up. We'll give out the number and take calls. Let's get into those brush fires you've been setting with the Trump campaign, and preach if you want. Take over.
Yes, we've been tearing them up, Alex. We spent a lot of time in Texas dispelling the myths and lifting the veil. One of the things that we've done is, Republican parties kind of tried to take an approach where they would do outreach. Well, we changed that. We changed the language of outreach to engagement. And we figured the Democrat Party is going to integrate themselves into our communities, then the Republican Party is going to integrate themselves back into the black community. And that's exactly what we did. So we teamed up and collaborated with different organizations, from Black Chamber of Commerce's, who are pushing entrepreneur programs, to IPEAT, which is a faith-based program that's all about taking underprivileged men and women in the 3, the 4, and the 5th wards of Houston, which is predominantly black, and lifting them up, giving them jobs, economically independent, hooking them up with their civic presidents to become civically involved, and teaching them the importance of integrity and standing up as men so they don't return back to the prisons. So we're actually in the communities that we once were trying to preach from afar. We're out in the streets preaching, and I think it's changing the rhetoric and the language of what people think a Republican is. And so we actively are rebranding Republicanism.
Is it right to say that the black community, after 8 years of neglect from Obama, unemployment rate almost doubling for black Americans, that they're ready for the wake-up call? Because that's what we see in the streets. But then I see the news, spinning it that African Americans don't like Trump, but the numbers even show that record numbers do.
You're absolutely right. I cannot tell you how many phone calls I've received since that speech. People have found my number somehow, and they are emailing, they are texting, they are calling me on Facebook, sending messages, and most of these individuals are blacks, and these are African Americans who are sick of the system. You have so many. Gay is not the new black, number one, and that's something that I get across a lot. They'll say, hey, we don't have anything against the lesbian community or the gay community, but we don't think it's the same plight. So what do we need to do? Well, you're in the party that is not going to preach that. BLM just received over 100, I think it was 100 million from Ford. And so they're going to try and push 100 million to press Black Lives Matter. And one of the things on their initiatives that have nothing to do with Black lives. Black lives has nothing to do with...
It's creating victimology with a string so they can make everybody dance. They're puppet strings where you're a victim, we're the people you trust. By the way, we're going to double your unemployment.
Oh, yeah, at the same time.
I mean, that's all they're doing. They're just creating... The identity isn't who you are individually, or going out and doing all these great innovations. And that's what I go back to with what happened with... It's not that the oppression was good, but that which doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. People say, what are you doing, endorsing, slavery or segregation? No. My point is, like special forces, people being pressured to get better, it made people innovate, where so many of the famous inventions were created by people with no education that were African, because they absolutely had to survive.
That's right.
And then you see, quote, government-free handouts creating devastation.
That's right. And liberals have a way of insidiously doing that. I mean, you think about it. The top Democrat states in America are led by white liberals. There's only, if you take the top 12 states that are typically vote blue, there's only one black Democrat. So basically, yeah, we want your 94% vote, but you can't lead our party. The DNC, 94% African Americans are voting black, but the DNC is a white liberal. And so that's just like the plantation mindset. They know how to set the crops up to harvest later. And for them, the blacks are the slaves that offer them the votes they need in order to stay in office.
Well, I'll say this, because they're going to screw over the Hispanics as well. They want cheap labor and a new, permanent underclass. But right now, they're going, oh, my God, blacks are waking up.
That's
better
right.
Switch over to Hispanics, and that's why you've seen such a total abandonment.
That's right. And the sad thing is that African Americans in those areas don't see the importance and the power of their vote. No one party should have a monopoly over the black vote. People want it, they need to earn it. And the African Americans have given their vote over to Democrats, and they've lost their power.
Let's talk about Trump. We're going to break in a minute, but what's your, in-person meeting him? What's your impression?
He's just like you. Truly. He's a guy who says what he thinks, he gives it to you straight, no chaser. You got to appreciate a man like that. Doesn't matter. We've gone to this PC world where you just can't say anything that's really on your mind. Well, that's not the way things moving.
Well, they claim that we want to get rid of this establishment, and Congress has a 9% approval rating, and the media has a 6%, and then here's the whole thing we hate. The whole system that we say we don't want is having conniption fits over Donald Trump. People are insane if they don't. I mean, it's like you said, what do you have to lose? You're getting screwed over. I'm going to make better deals. Guaranteed. It's guaranteed. We'll be right back. R.W. Bray, rwbray.com. Just rwbray.com. I'm Alex Jones, your host. Again, I'm not going to belabor this. If you want to support the broadcast, support local affiliates, become a sponsor, love those local stations, spread the word, paint Infowars.com on the side of your barn, put up a billboard, buy the products, great nutraceuticals like selenium that we just came out with. It's from the mustard seed, the best bioavailable form out there. It's using all electrochemical activity in the body to get all the toxins out of the cells. You name it, you die without it. People are massively, I'm going to take some right now, massively not getting enough selenium out there. Do your own research. Look into what selenium does. Cancer rates, you name it. It is truly a game changer. And it fuses with iodine, but nobody's got the proper type of iodine. We have the only true nascent iodine from our research that's out there. It's from a deep earth source, not from seaweed. The stuff we have would eat through 3 layers of steel building like in the movie Alien. I mean, that's how powerful the good halogen is. But then through a special patented Russian technique, I guess we are now Russian agents. I guess that's a Russian connection. The media's got it. It is then injected into organic palm oil and then is no longer stuff that'll eat through steel girders. And I'm just documenting for you how powerful this halogen is. It's in the same family as fluoride, chlorine, all the garbage that just inundates our environment. And you take selenium, you take this, you take enough vitamin C. We don't sell that because there's so many good sources of it out there naturally. They all work in synergy. But if you don't have one of these, you die. And deficiencies in it are just record level. Record level. Your cells don't have this, they start malfunctioning, they start mutating. There's a name for that. InfoWarsLife.com, InfoWarsStore.com. Or simply call toll-free 888-253-3139, 888-253-3139. And we also have Hillary for Prison shirts at cost, because I just want to see 100,000 of these are already out there. It's already sending shockwaves. It's all over the news constantly. It's one of the most searched terms this year on the internet. And we started it. You started it. You bought the shirts. You got them out there. You did the work. I had the idea. But it all goes together like a horse and carriage. And we have the Support the Info War. You can click and get it for $19.95 at full price if you want, where we make $10 to fund things, or $9.95 shipping included. $5 for the shirt, $5 to ship it on average. So choose $19.95 if you want to help us, or doesn't matter, you're helping us getting it at $9.95. We're all helping each other. InfoWarsStore.com, InfoWarsLife.com is nutraceuticals. 20% off our great vitamin mineral fusion fruit punch. From our research, again, this is because I always say that because there might be something better out there, and if there is, we're gonna go out and private label it. This is the best game-changing multivitamin mineral system for full absorption, or the highest level of absorption for you and your family. Just like our methylcobalamin Secret 12 is nutraceutical grade, pharmacy grade vitamin B12. It's the same stuff people inject. Don't inject this. It's for under the tongue. You want to inject it, it's even more absorbable. Go get it from a doctor. But minus that, and let me tell you, injectable from a doctor is like way up here. Our stuff's down here, but everything else is way down here. I mean, you don't absorb basically any of the synthetic trash that's out there. Put it under your tongue, hold it for a minute, you're going to get closer to an injection. Not as good, just going to be honest with you, but it is a game changer. I sit around with top scientists, developers, chemists, and I say, what are game changers, missing links? There's a ton of them because most nutraceutical companies will put $10 into marketing, $2 into what's in it, and then sell it for $100. We don't do that. We have 100% markup on average. The average is 7 times the markup. No, I'm going to put quality in the bottle, do 100% markup, fund our operation, have all big health sites go crazy over what we're doing, dominate the market, and have all these people buying our products that aren't even listeners now. But we're getting a lot of listeners from people getting the products because they're that good. I went out and found the top 3 developers of nutraceuticals in the country, and I did deals with all 3 of them. The group's just one of them. The others are too scared to come on air from big companies, even bigger than Group. I mean, some of these companies are supplying like 1/3 of the stuff at Whole Foods, just so you know. And so that's why our stuff is so good. And plus, it's got to be bulletproof with the government coming after us, how they harass supplement makers. I want it to be great quality for everybody. I want you to come back. I want you to get a good deal. I want to be treated like I treat other people. It's like revolutionary. No, that's what built America, folks. All I'm doing is just like he did, going back and reading history books by people that actually built this country, like Booker T. Washington and others. It goes on and on and on. And the innovation of hybrid crops and modern developments came from people that were oppressed in this country, black Americans. And again, I'm not pushing oppression. The point is, open oppression makes you stronger. You should smash it. But what we're being killed by is all this largesse, how easy everything's gotten, and then not being aware. Now, I want to take phone calls, 800-259-9231, 800-259-9231. R.W. Bray, rwbray.com. He is the Black Engagement Director of the Republican Party of Texas. He's a military veteran and a patriot, and we appreciate him he's currently a Master Sergeant serving as First Sergeant Guardsman and proud veterans advocate in Houston, Texas. And a lot of other community stuff for children, you name it, the MLK Association, Vice Chair of Texas. I'm going to stop right there. That's another thing, MLK, a Republican. It goes on and on. But give us your greatest hits. I mean, what's really powerful, what folks need to know, sir, and what Trump needs to do to win, what we need to do to win.
Strategically, I think Trump needs to make sure that he has advocates and surrogates in North Carolina, Wisconsin, PA, Michigan. Reason why is because, number one, that's the Rust Belt. Number two, places like Ohio, where you have a significant black population who are waiting for an answer. Their neighborhoods are being torn apart by bitter rivalries, whether that's through gangs or whether that's just a simple fact that people are living in poverty and they are fed up and they are overreacting and reacting by killing their own. That is a consequence of the Democrat lead. Think about this, Alex. 50 council members in Chicago, 49 of which are Democrat, 1 Republican. And you look across the nation, wherever there's Democrats in leadership, there is a failing municipality. And that's because there are some ideologies
because they're satanic.
I would agree.
Sorry.
I would agree, but there are some ideologies that work and there's some that don't. The thing about Republican ideologies is that they are timeless, traditional. They've always worked, they always will, provided we remember. And the fact of the matter is that humans often have a bad habit of losing memory.
I agree. Those that don't know history didn't repeat it. Please continue.
Yeah. Well, one of the ways that we're jabbing at this thing, and I gotta say this, I really love your Hillary shirt. I have a good friend of mine, Carl Maniola, came to the Trump rally with me. We almost got kicked out because they didn't read the thing. But when they finally read it...
No, it's a great conversation starter, exactly.
Yeah. They finally read it and they allowed them to come in. But I think that agitating the current status quo, like your shirt, it agitates people. We need to continue to agitate people verbally, though, and that's the problem. There aren't enough black surrogates. If Trump wants to make a dent.
Well, exactly. In fact, that shows how sophisticated you are, because I barely even realized it when I did it. I always have the idea, and then I see the thinking behind it later. It's like my brain just knows. I wanted it to cause debates.
That's right.
Cause discussions.
That's right.
And say Hillary for president. That's our campaign.
Yes.
And then it's really caught on, but please continue.
Well, that's what Frederick Douglass stood for. Frederick Douglass, the very first father of the civil rights movement, stood for 3 things. He said, number 1, he stood for economic independence. Number 2, social and business collaboration. And number 3...
Let's put Frederick Douglass on screen. That guy, he'd be a movie star today, and that guy just looks so cool. Sorry.
Yes. And number 3, his last one was agitation. Agitation. One of the last things that he said in his last speech, a young black man at a university asked him, as a young black man, what should I be doing? He says, agitate, agitate, agitate. And what I see in InfoWars, what I see in people like Trump and yourself and others that I've come across the nation is that we are ready. Political agitation has moved the needle.
Yeah, what you're saying is we're not trying to play in the corrupt system. We're changing it. We're not trying to play by their rules and go along with it. We're expanding the entire paradigm.
That's right. And what better place to start than Texas? The RPT is doing powerful things. We're going to areas that no other state is going. We're getting calls that no other state is calling. And when you think about that...
They rewrote Ron Paul's district over and over again. They kept rewriting it for Democrats and black areas, thinking, and then he won by even bigger landslides.
That's right.
Because people go meet him. He's just a sweet, loving doctor that had been like, volunteering 3 days a week for decades at poor hospitals.
That's right.
And this is a guy who literally would volunteer 2 or 3 days a week at poor hospitals.
That's right.
Because for no money.
That's right.
Because he believed in it. And, of course, he's racist Ron Paul, though.
Well, most people believe that common sense isn't common these days, but the truth is that it is. People know common sense when they see it. They see earnestness. They see a man with the correct heart. They see a person who has passion, and they will gravitate toward it. If Trump continues to make sure that he goes into these black neighborhoods, regardless of whatever the media is saying, continue to go, because I'm in those black neighborhoods.
He's been doing it.
Yeah, and they like it. They like the fact that finally someone is coming into those neighborhoods and talking, and that's how we're going to win.
Meanwhile, Obama vacations like 100 days a year and doesn't even care about Louisiana and gets away with it. I mean, I'm not defending Bush. He had some problems big time. But some problems with Katrina response. At least he responded. They don't even show up. Hillary doesn't even care. It's like...
Well, I mean, I had a show on Lifting the Veil until the liberals got mad. It was in Houston, and they killed this show. But it was called Lifting the Veil off of Booker T. Washington. It was amazing.
Local radio?
Over radio.
Oh, yeah, they kill shows.
Oh, yeah.
We get knocked off all the time. They'll come and say, $300,000, take him off.
Yeah, they're good at it. But one thing that really I touched on was that if Obama really cared for African Americans, or the current administration period, we had one opportunity to get a Supreme Court judge, and a Latino was appointed. We had another one, and the LGBT was appointed. Even his third choice that he tried to come was not a black person. So a lot of people in the black neighborhoods are starting to see that this guy never was going to make our lives better. And the truth is that you can't depend on the government to make your life better. Only you can do that.
Plus, to use the analogy, I mean, it's being pimped. I already got you. I don't need to.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, hey, boom.
It's a given. It's about time that we start listening to our ancestors. X talked about not trusting liberals. One of the greatest quotes he ever said was, keep in mind that a Dixiecrat is nothing more than a Democrat in disguise. He talked about the fact that one party we had been invested in has abandoned us. That it was a racist from the beginning, and it will always be racist. MLK warned us of not judging men by his color and not his content. You got blacks who won't join the Republican Party simply because there's a lot of white people in it.
And let's explain. It creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where they say the Tea Party's racist, and so then minorities who are majorities in this area don't go. And what the real racism is the media pushing that, but then what's happening on the Trump phenomenon, I want you to speak to this because it's documented. Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, others are going, and they're absolutely being appreciated by everybody, and they're like, wow, this is incredible, and people are coming together. It's very cathartic. I've seen people crying.
That's right.
I mean, this is crazy. So again, they create the perception, which makes it the reality.
Oh, yeah. We have modern-day abolitionists right now. People who brave people of different colors going into those neighborhoods saying, come with me to this. Come with me to see Hillary's America. Come with me to watch this. And they're learning. That there was a black woman who was at the Trump rally who was brought by two white friends, and she was right up front. I thought that was amazing. So there are modern-day abolitionists, but more importantly, I believe this is the rebirth of a second Reconstruction. W.E. Du Bois even said that he wished that the Reconstruction had finished its mark. It never finished what it was supposed to do. Now it has an opportunity to do that. Republicans need to wake up and know.
Well, they got hijacked by a lot of corruption when Lincoln got killed.
Well, obviously, yeah. You cut off the head of the snake, right?
Yeah. All I know is I don't know how Trump gets blamed for being in the KKK when 20 years ago and 10 years ago, by himself, he decried David Duke. And then meanwhile, Hillary's like kissing all over Robert Byrd, the KKK wizard. I mean, it's just, you can't make this up. I mean, it's just...
No, and I think another thing is, just to add something to it, the black community has finally woke up to Margaret Sanger and her lies. You know, we have a population that is declining in the black neighborhood. When you consider 120 years ago, black population made up 30, we're at 12 to 13% now. So over a century and a half, we only make up 13%.
Oh, I know. That's the fundamental where I'm told you're racist because you don't want Black Lives Matter and George Soros trying to turn black people into racists. So that, in fact, there was a big study out last week. I meant to cover it. I didn't get into it. Major university study. Can you guys pull it up? Diversity programs actually make things less diverse and hurt minority communities. Absolutely.
Yes.
You turn Hispanics and black people into basically KKK versions for minority groups, hopping up and down. Truly real progressive business owners, I don't care what color they are, don't want trouble.
That's
and
right.
they're just, all of a sudden, they're not racist. They're scared. And people are looking like chips. I mean, the worst thing about spoiled kids, and we've all got them, you know, nowadays in the society, is that they always think there's a chip on their shoulder and you did something to them. And that's part of maturity, is getting past having a chip on your shoulder. And they're just trying to install chips on people's shoulders, like it's a degree or something, when all it is an anchor around your neck.
Speaking of anchors, the anchor institutions, black anchor institutions like NAACP, are now fighting against charter schools and academies. P. Diddy actually just created a charter school in New York. The NAACP is going to be trying to fight to kill it. Nationwide, it is now mandated.
And good for P. Diddy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna help people that want to get out of this hell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And if they don't know how to teach our children, then why not get a retired superintendent, retired teachers in the area, and create a charter school and teach those kids in a way that the liberal whites are failing? Why is that bad? The truth is that the Democrat Party, the Democrat Party wants to corral African Americans and minorities into one area so they can control them.
Absolutely. I want to go to Tony and Carl and Mike and Alex and Dave and others. We only got 5 minutes in the next segment, and then 5 minutes more before the next hour starts. And who do we have taking over today in the fourth hour? David Knight will always be doing a great job. So much to cover. They're launching massive censorship initiatives that Drudge is covering, drudgereport.com. YouTube's new terms of service just says if you're an extremist, we're going to take your monetization away. That's economic gulags. Okay, that's what Hitler and the ghettos. I mean, this is a major move. It's the Chinese social credit model, and Drudge is covering all that. Paul Watson's article. But let's take a phone call before we go to break. Like, I just can't help it. I'm going to skip this network break, even though it costs us like $5,000. I'm doing it because I need to just have more time here. So callers realize that. Let's go ahead and talk to Tony. He says he's an NBC whistleblower. I was calling for whistleblowers a few days ago, and some called in to talk about the atmosphere with this unified press environment, which Assange is just like, this is like totalitarianism. This is the unified BS. Really shameful, quite frankly, and frightening. Tony, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Alex. Been a long listener. It's about 2009. And, you know, back since 9/11, I started to realize that something wasn't right. So I seen the documentary, what was it called, Loose Change, and I started to see things, and as I worked in the news, you know, I just felt like a lot of these stories weren't giving both sides. So as I became producer on a weekend newscast and the anchor, you know, I started adding little bits to the story and giving my sources, and then we had high ratings. I mean, it was incredible, to the point where they didn't know why. So the viewers started emailing in, and then they were like, you know, he's got this information. So I get called into the office, and they say, hey, you need to stop putting this stuff into the stories because, you know, it's not approved by NBC. And I'm like, well, it's, you know, we have to share both sides of this story, so I think it's good journalism. Isn't that what we studied? They're like, no, it's coming from NBC. You just put it in the way it is. Don't change it. And I said, okay. I said, but, you know, we're going to lose ratings. I mean, you need to look at that. I mean, people love this information. Look, you're just being told don't do it. All right. So
absolutely. I mean, I want to hear the rest of your story, but for folks that don't know, local so-called news, and I want to change this while we're launching a TV system. I've been so busy fighting other fights, I haven't quite got that launch yet, but it's happening, folks. And it always, you know, good times seems to be in God's plan. But everybody should just put out their own news. It's inexpensive now to do it compared to what it was, so that stations, UHF, VHF, cable, have a choice and don't just spew, because it comes down in talking points. They load the teleprompter. It looks like your local trusted news person is more trusted than national. Let's say 50% trusted local versus 6% national. But really, your local person is really a national repeater. And so you're witnessing people want sides, or 3 or 4 sides. They want it. It makes your ratings go up, but the media is still willing to kill itself to be able to maintain the political control, because they're not in the business of making money at the news level. They're in the business of making money for the larger global agenda and massive trillion-dollar banker bailouts. But finish the rest of the story. I apologize.
That's okay. No, and then, the funny thing is I heard one of your other callers yesterday talking about, you're trying to bring stories to the newsroom. People just, they look at you like you're crazy, like, you're one of those nuts. And I said, no, look, here's information, here's documentation, this is important stuff. So they're like, then you get labeled. So then you're kind of labeled in the newsroom, and you're kind of an outcast. So they thought the best way to, help me not put out the message was to put me on a morning show and make it fun. Yeah, he's got a good personality,
Sir, that's a handbook. When they walked in at Shamrock Communications, I had the #1 show in talk radio, period, in Austin. After 3 years on air, I'm 25 years old. I'm making them tons of money. And they said, you're going to do an entertainment show now in the morning, or we're going to fire you. And I said, I can't stop it. 6 weeks later, they fired me with pleasure. And they said, because you're talking bad about Bill Clinton. Now, I'd already started my other show, so it didn't matter. But I have experience where you're going to do entertainment now, buddy. Do you understand? Or next, you're fired. Please continue.
So then it was right around the time the NDAA was signed, and it was in the newscast, which I didn't produce. I could only add the promos and the teases, and then I figured, well, since I can't really put it in the script, well, here's an opportunity. We're going to go to a 2-shot. So they go to the 2-shot and say, hey, a lot of folks don't really know what that stands for, what those acronyms mean. And then I explained a little bit about it. And then she just kind of looked at me, my co-anchor, and just, I don't know, you're getting information. I'm like, well, it's out there. Here's a copy of it.
That's how brainwashed. They don't even want you to say National Defense Authorization Act. Like having info is now like evil. Oh, he's informed. You're not allowed to. NBC from New York sends it, and we just say it. He's talking on his own. We can't have that. See, it's programming, folks. Teleprompters down to us.
That's right.
And when Trump, is forced to use one because it's his actual speech, that's fine. But when he's attacking it, he's saying, look, it's script written. It's coming down to them. So let me guess, what happened next?
Well, I was no longer in the circle, and I was kind of an outcast. And I could just feel the pressure from beneath me, because when you make your way to that position, there's everybody on the bottom just gunning it just to put you out or to get you off. So I was no longer invited to the parties, and, I'd leave the newsroom, and I'd come back.
First they ostracize, then they dehumanize you, because they don't want to actually fire their friend. They have to learn to hate you first, because they're cowards, #1. So how did it end?
Well, it was about just, a couple of months into my second year, they decided to let me go. I was kind of having some health issues, so I went to the doctor. And, I almost passed out. So they were giving me checks and everything. They say, hey, look, don't go to work. And they figured, well, maybe the morning show isn't for you. It's too early. So I presented that to my bosses, and they delayed me coming back. And then before you know it, I get a letter saying I'm gone. And, there's like 30 reasons why you could be let go. Like if you're a kid and you're suspended from school, you're suspended because you bit or you spit on somebody. But in this case, it was a general term for just general, misconduct.
Got it.
And then
listen, brother, I got to jump, but thank you for your testimony. We want to get more of those testimonies. God bless you, Tony, because that's what goes on behind the scenes, where we had newspaper reporters on about this, and they're just like, yeah, we all get in a room, and they go, we're going to lie about Trump, just make stuff up, everybody go get him. I mean, they don't even, Assange, who's a real liberal, like a really person I respect, who actually is a liberal, not a KKK person masquerading as a liberal. He's like, this press climate, we're all in danger. Hillary is a monster. I mean, it's like, why is it's so shameful to see this level of control? And they're only destroying themselves in the process.
Yeah, and the foundation is an example of how corruption just breeds more corruption. You would think you're the third most important person in America, and you still want to be more corrupt. You have no reason to be corrupt. But it's so much more out there to that. And I think as far as the black population and minorities, period, I think they see that, and I think that they don't want to vote for a crook, and they'll probably vote for Donald Trump.
Well, sure, and in a lot of polls he's way ahead, but those are the scientific polls, the big fake ones they put out, where they had 15% more.
Come on.
Reuters admits they had 15% more Democrats at the poll, and then Hillary's winning by 15 points.
No.
I mean, it's like but because they put the methodology out, it's like it's okay. Oh, we stacked the deck. We admit we do, so it's all right. What?
No, yeah, it's not a true. The only way if you know the true vision is looking at it under unadulterated lenses is if you're on the ground. And I'm on the ground, brother. And I'm in the hood. No mistaking. And these individuals are walking around talking about, I'm going to vote for Trump. And it has very little to do with what it is that they can get from him. It's what it is they've been waiting for. They've been waiting for a change and a growth. They didn't get that from the previous administration. And they feel abandoned by the current administration. And so they're going to do whatever they can to take
That's what I'm seeing on the streets. I mean, I would say half the black people I talk to say they like Trump, but they're almost embarrassed. Like, well, Alex, I can tell you, but my neighbors don't like it. And so I think if people just get past this fear and come out of the closet.
That's right. That's right. And I talked about that, in the speech, and I'm hoping that Donald Trump will bring more black surrogates at these rallies so that you can dispel the myth that blacks aren't coming out. And I'm not talking about like entertainment, Alex. I'm talking about giving a real speech to people. That's what the kind of surrogate he needs out there right now.
Absolutely. He needs to absolutely hammer the daylights out of the globalists. The problem is a lot of times he does, the media doesn't cover it.
Yeah.
So we have to get the videos, we have to get the raw stuff,
right.
We have to put it out, like Infowars.com and PrisonPlanet.com and DrudgeReport.com are doing. And that's why they say they want to censor Trump. I mean, they have these fake debate coming up where he's back-to-back with Hillary, but then he doesn't get to ask her questions. That's not a debate.
No, she's been quiet, over 260 days now?
Listen, I really believe she's got serious health problems, and the word is brain tumor. The brain tumor was removed back in 2012, and it's growing back. So that's why she is not looking too hot. That's the word, brain tumor. We'll be back.
Of safety for all citizens is paramount to both the United States and to Mexico. Number 3, dismantling drug cartels and ending the movement of illegal drugs, weapons, and funds across our border. This can only be done with cooperation, intelligence and intelligence sharing, and joint operations between our two countries. It's the only way it's going to happen. Improving NAFTA, number 4. NAFTA is a 22-year-old agreement that must be updated to reflect the realities of today. There are many improvements that could be made that would make both Mexico and the United States stronger and keep industry in our hemisphere. We have tremendous competition from China and from all over the world. Keep it in our hemisphere. Workers in both of our countries need a pay raise very desperately. In the United States, it's been 18 years. 18 years. Wages are going down. Improving pay standards and working conditions will create better results for all, and all workers in particular. There's a lot of value that can be created for both countries by working beautifully together. And that, I am sure, will happen. Number 5, keep manufacturing wealth in our hemisphere. When jobs leave Mexico, the U.S. or Central America and go overseas, it increases poverty and pressure on social services, as well as pressures on cross-border migration. Tremendous pressure. The bond between our two countries is deep and sincere, and both our nations benefit from a close and honest relationship between our two governments. A strong, prosperous, and vibrant Mexico is in the best interests of the United States and will keep and help keep for a long, long period of time America together. Both of our countries will work together for mutual good, and most importantly, for the mutual good of our people. Mr. President, I want to thank you. It's been a tremendous honor, and I call you a friend. Thank you.
That was a very, very serious olive branch. It was common sense. It's what Trump really represents. But when America's been walked all over, I mean, there are more Chinese a week coming in than there are Mexicans, and they admit they come here, and CNN reports on like it's a good thing, to have babies free and to get citizenship. And the articles, when you read them, say, strangely, it's mainly wealthy Chinese. Well, yeah, we've got better hospitals. And you just come on a couple-month vacation, and you have your baby, and it's all paid for. And then the baby's a citizen. Nobody else lets you do that. But Germany and places like that, because they're absolutely trying to bankrupt and create division. That's wrong. I can't go to China and get stuff free. It's not racist. And I'm not even going to play race card on that issue. I mean, I could. Like, I'll hypothetically play it. And I'm not racist against Asians. My sister's Korean, adopted. I love Asians. Of course I do. Point is, I don't have to sit there and preface it with that. But you know, I show up in China and say I have my baby free, they would arrest me. If you smart off the Chinese police, they cut your testicles off in the street. Seriously, look it up. They just walk you over, cut your testicles off. That's what they do. Look it up. All right, DrudgeReport.com has a Daily Caller article linked up that the first debate isn't a debate at all. It's an event where Hillary goes back-to-back with Trump, 2 different stages, and they take basically pre-screened questions. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Now, they said they're going to have other debates that'll be actual debates. We'll see if that happens, because she never goes out on stage more than 15, 20 minutes, and she never speaks more than about 8 minutes. Now, I've got somebody who I'm a huge fan of. I know most of you are probably fans. I know Buckley here in the office is a huge fan. And years ago, would hang Dilbert cartoons on his wall. In fact, I had a whole wall of them. Dilbert creator endorses Hillary out of fear for personal safety. Remember that article that Don Salazar wrote back on June 6th? So many death threats, so many attacks. Okay, I will support her. You bet. Please back off. And, of course, that's tongue-in-cheek in my view. We're going to talk to the man himself here in just a moment. But imagine even his light-hearted cartoons got massive threats. Can you imagine the threats we get? Can you imagine? Again, I've never seen this level of behavior. And the New York Times calling for Donald Trump to be killed. So I thought we'd play a little boil down, because why this guy's even more interesting, not just for his cartoons, but all the predictions he's made that have come true, sometimes decades before. Really uncanny. So obviously a smart guy. We're going to be going to him here in just a moment. Here's a short boil down of Scott Adams, the creator and artist behind Dilbert, looking into his crystal ball.
Joining me to talk Trump is Scott Adams. He's the creator of Dilbert. Again, Scott, on his blog, has been analyzing the rise of the Republican frontrunner for months now. And frankly, he has some of the most interesting and accurate observations about why Trump is appealing to so many people.
And I called him to be the landslide winner in the general election last year, because the tools he's using, essentially he's basically taking a flamethrower to a stick fight. There's nobody using the same tools he's using.
So you have another theory about Trump saying that he uses certain words and almost hypnotizes the audience. What do you mean by that?
So, for background, I'm a trained hypnotist, and I've been studying persuasion all of my life as part of what I do for a living as a writer. And I noticed back in August of last year that Trump was using persuasion techniques to perfection when it looked like he was just a crazy clown saying random things. But if you look at his method from a trained persuader's point of view, it's been perfection from the beginning. It just looks random to someone who's not trained in how to persuade. His complete ignoring of facts are actually part of the persuasion, because he doesn't give you targets, he doesn't give you details of his policies usually. So he's reducing the number of targets while making you feel good and focus on the things he wants. So it's not about facts, it's about focus and attention.
Is this like what you're talking about when you say like the linguistic kill shot, whether calling Jeb Bush low energy or something else?
Yeah, so the linguistic kill shot is finding some kind of insult, if you can call it that sticks like other insults would not. And he likes to pick things that are visual. You look at the person and say, yeah, that feels kind of right. But he also picks words and phrases that haven't been used before. before. So they haven't been polluted by other meaning, which is a good technique. So when you say somebody's low energy, there's nobody else that you ever talked about like that. When I heard low energy, I called...
Low energy, right.
Yeah, I called the end of Bush that day because that is a sticky insult. So these are not random insults.
I'm not saying they're random. I'm not saying they don't work. I'm just saying he brands people. Low energy, crazy, crooked.
No, but there's something else to it. He's working on confirmation bias. When you see anything come out in the news that looks like maybe Hillary Clinton did something a little bit suspicious, you say, crooked Hillary. The brilliant thing he did recently was he came up with a second one for Clinton. He said, well, is she heartless? Is it heartless Hillary? Or is it crooked Hillary? And he actually made people debate whether she was more heartless or more crooked. And that's all intentional. This is all technique.
Democrats like to say that they'd love to run against Trump. You clearly think that they're underestimating him.
Yeah, based on his talent stack alone. If you look at any individual talent he has, you could say, well, that's not the best in the world. But look how many he's put together. He knows strategy, business strategy. He knows negotiating. He's the best persuader I've ever seen. He's quick in his feet. He's funny. He's smart enough. He knows enough about politics. So when you put that stack together, nobody really stands up to that stack. I've been predicting he's going to win in a landslide since last year.
Not just the nomination, but the presidency.
Yeah, I think it'll be one of the biggest margins of victory in history.
There you go. Now Scott Adams joins us. Scott, I've got to say that I think a lot of what you would call trained programming is actually just instinctive in alpha males and leaders. And sure, he's gotten better at it and made it more technical over the years as a manager and a salesman. But people think all the time I'm doing trained stuff. I was never trained in anything. I really mean what I'm saying. I think the missing element of what you were saying there is, it is true she's crooked. It is true she's obviously got health problems. Even Obama's doctor. I mean, I think what really makes Trump powerful is that he's telling the truth. And yes, sometimes he does simplify it. What do you say, Scott Adams, creator of Dilbert, blog.dilbert.com?
Well, people can't tell the difference between the truth and something that's totally made up. That is one of the powers we don't possess. What we do instead, and this is something you need to understand to be a hypnotist, is that people are irrational all the time. So what we really think is truth is usually confirmation bias. Now, things can be true also by coincidence, but usually we individuals don't have access to the base facts. We're just hearing it from somebody else. We're putting it together from clues in our environment. So most of what we recognize to be truth is really just confirmation bias. And this is true on both sides, by the way.
I agree for the general dumbed-down public, but we deal in the real, the real system, the real program of how culture's set up and operating and the different competing systems. And I find Trump to be very, very accurate, very, very on target. I mean, his speech in Mexico, that had a lot of facts in it.
It did, and that's part of his persuasion. Because if you look at what the other side was trying to do to him, they're persuaders, and I think there's one in particular who's probably behind it. I've speculated that Robert Cialdini, who's famous for writing the book Influence, who would be one of the best influencers in the world, might be consulting for Clinton. He did help Obama's campaign, so it would be odd if he wasn't helping this time as well. But the situation that they'd set up is a confirmation bias trap that they built around Trump that made his opponents think that everything he did was one of these things. It's either crazy or uninformed, or it's racist, or it's another sign of his thin skin and his bad temperament. So they've set up a bunch of confirmation bias traps that everything he does can be interpreted to be one of those things if you're already inclined to think that way. So that's how persuasion works. Now, it's the same technique that Trump uses in the other direction. But so what he needed to do to try to wiggle out of that trap is try to do anything that showed he is well informed, at least on one topic. And I think having 10 bullet points and talking about it for, I don't know, how long he talked, 45 minutes or an hour, I think he sold that. So the people who said Trump can't learn, he doesn't care about the details, he's not serious.
Wasn't it a daring and a really smart move to go to New Orleans and the flooding when Hillary wouldn't, to go to Mexico and then say, get down here, Hillary?
Yeah, that's great optics, because he's also working on the impression, which he's created, that Hillary doesn't have the stamina.
Plus, it looks presidential when he's standing next to a president.
Yeah, so he's got all the optics right, and that also works toward the, is he a crazy racist? Because you see him talking to the president of Mexico, and the two of them are getting along fine. You know, it didn't turn into a slap fight. You know,
the Mexican president's body language after the meeting was he really suddenly liked Trump.
Well, everything I hear about Trump in person is that people do like him in person. His personality is a little bit different in public, and it's even different again at a rally than it is at a press conference.
Yeah, no, Trump, I mean, the Trump people see on the trail and stuff is Trump, but the Trump behind the scenes is like, the guy's got amazing charisma, and he's very smart.
That's what I hear. And by the way, the definition of charisma, according to the scientists, is kind of interesting. Charisma, say the experts, is a combination of power plus empathy. Now, he's already got the power. So people already saw that. And if they didn't see that, they saw him just annihilate the competitors in the primaries. And so now they believe he has power.
Can't we have this guy as president? I mean, this is awesome. He's got to be president.
But hold on, part two. Part two is where his problem was. He had the power for charisma, but he lacked the empathy, because he was taking a hard-nosed approach to immigration and other topics. And so that made him look like, well, maybe he's a little.
But don't you think that's the tactic, is to be, you know, the good cop, bad cop? He's first the bad cop, now he's the good cop.
I think he needed a different tactic in the primaries, of course, and he needed to soften it in the general. And he's well on his way to doing that. So I think his immigration speech was a huge step.
Well, sure, Scott Adams, I would love to have you on sometime just about your, the technicals, being a hypnotist, all your amazing, comics, Dilbert.com, blog.dilbert.com. But specifically, though, you saying you got so many threats, so you endorsed Hillary, and I can see here you're kind of, I don't want to say riding the rail, but I think you like Trump. I mean, I think it's obvious that you want Trump to be president, but in this media climate of censorship and persecution, you're just giving him backhanded compliments.
That's not exactly true. I'm actually completely serious when I say that I'm endorsing Hillary Clinton for my physical safety, and it's working. So prior to saying that publicly, I was getting comments online, mostly on Twitter, comparing me to Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's PR person.
But in reality, it's Nazi Germany where you have to endorse Hitler or Hitler comes after you.
Yeah, you could make that argument. But the point is that if I wanted to talk about Trump's persuasion skills, which is the thing that interested me and my audience, I couldn't do that with physical safety if people imagined that also meant I backed his policies. And so let me say as clearly as I can that my personal political preferences don't align with either Clinton or Trump. I'm not very close to either of them on anything. So if you say, who would I prefer to be president?